Hello and welcome to today's stream. Um, Today's goal is just playing some of the new expansion decks and expansion cards. The focus at the moment, we're just gonna be testing and using SHAFFAR Hunter. It seems like it may be one of the really powerful decks going into the new expansion, so we're just gonna have to see how to best play it and how best to use it. Yesterday, before the expansion went live, I did play a few games, and I've played a few, not of this, but I was playing Discover Hunter, and I was seeing how powerful the deck was, without it. I'm just gonna keep SHAFFAR here. Um, the difference between Hunter and Rogue with SHAFFAR is quite immense because Hunter has a lot more targeted draw. Plus, it does also have tracking, so it means that you have a lot of your ways to draw your cards that you need are a lot easier. Niall obviously also increases the ability and the power of the deck significantly. So yeah, you do definitely have a lot of benefits by using SHAFFAR SHAFFAR Hunter um, over SHAFFAR Rogue. What I've found so far when I've been playing is that you do quite often get your board gets locked pretty easily, and also having spawning pools, which they've just obviously gotten, is quite important too to be able to get the rush online for it. So next turn for me is probably just going to be playing down the worm. I could also use tracking to be able to get other stuff, but I don't have a particularly strong turn 3 play just yet. So I'm just going to use the worm here, and then I'm just going to trade into the 3/4. It means that it could get me the spawning pool. Unfortunately, it didn't. It just got me a Zergling. But I will be able to use that Zergling to get buffs onto my other stuff, because the only other card that's in my deck is a Zergling. It looks like they're using their Titan Forge traps here, so I do need to be very careful that it's not an ice trap, because if it was an ice trap and I play the SHAFFAR, it means the buff wouldn't end up going onto my Zergling. So I'm going to need to, this turn, just use a spell and check to make sure they don't have an ice trap on one of those. So I'll just go here with the Shimmer Shot into the 1/1. It ends up being an ice trap, so luckily I didn't go for that sort of play. I'm going to use my tracking here to see what I end up getting. I choose the alien encounters, obviously. And then I'm going to use my Shimmer Shot just into the 1/1. It means that I've established my board a little bit, and then I'm just going to go face with this. I was a bit worried that they'd have a bait and switch, so I didn't really want to trade into that just in case. The issue that's here, though, is if they do end up getting their SHAFFAR, they will end up posing quite a lot of a threat, because this will end up giving them rush onto their minions. What I do need to also think about for my because they're probably also using the Forge sort of list too. And they probably just grabbed another ice trap just then. So they've also got down these guys as well. So I'm just going to trade and see what ends up happening with this. It is a bait and switch, so I'm not too concerned about that. I'm then just going to trade my 3/3 into it. Actually, it doesn't really matter. So I've already tested for all the things that can happen with the Niall, so I'm just going to play down this dude. And I'm going to use my Track King. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a ice trap, so I'll just use the fetch. It ends up being an ice trap like I expected. And then I could just use the fetch again if I wanted to, and the buff still goes onto there. Or I can use tracking. I'll use the tracking because I want to get my alien encounters buff ready. And I'm just going to grab out the always card. And I'll just trade the 3/3 into this 2/5. It helps me get the board ready. And then next turn I'm going to be able to establish my Zergling again. The problem is at the moment they do have the spawning pool, so since they've got the spawning pool, they're going to be able to use Rush to be able to clear my board quite easily. I do have the advantage of having my tracking online a lot earlier, but it is something that I do need to watch out for. So they're using their Zerglings to trade, which is fine. I think they're just going to trade the 2/2 here. Yep. And they play down another Alien Encounters and a Sneaky Snake. So they are board locked at the moment, and they're not posing an exceptional amount of damage. Like, it's quite a lot, but the yeah, the issue that they will end up facing in this sort of spot is that they don't have any easy way at the moment to clear what I'm going to be summoning in a moment too. So I'll play the Zergling here. I'm then going to use my lower cost fetch. It will get out the other Zergling that's in my deck. The only unfortunate thing is, since I don't have the summoning pool at the moment, I can't get a buff at the moment. So I'll just play this, and I am looking for this summoning pool, which I unfortunately don't have. Of these, Sneaky Snakes is probably the best. I can't play this down because I don't have any way to rebuff onto my thing, so I'm just gonna have to use the Titan Forge traps and then get out my alien encounters. Of these, I'm probably just gonna go Rat Trap because I feel like they're gonna play quite a few cards, and then I'm gonna put a bait and switch onto the board, and then I'm just gonna use alien encounters. I'll probably have to use both because I don't really want to be taking an exceptional amount of damage. And then alien encounters the second time. Possibly that turn it was better just to use the worm, but next turn I'm going to be getting the spawning pool as well, so it probably was better just getting the worm and then getting the guaranteed summoning pool from it. Okay, so bait and switch goes live. I've got a 5/7 onto the board. They've got their SHAFFAR online now, so at the moment they have 2 Zerglings in their hand. And they're using a barrel of monkeys, so they don't have too much at the moment. Like, I have the bigger and more aggressive board at the moment compared to them. I ended up getting a summoning pool, which is quite good for me. So I play down the summoning pool. I'm going to use the summoning pool. Unfortunately, theirs is going to be active next turn, so I do need to be very careful about that. I'll play down my Zerglings, and then I'll use the Nidus Worm. It gets the Zerglings back into the deck. I'm sorry, it gets the Zergling back onto the pool. I'm then going to trade here. And I'm just going to have to do some trading, I think. And I'm going to do a tracking here as well. I am looking for now for my I'm looking for my Patchwork Pals. I'm just going to pass here. So they'll be able to activate their spawning pool next turn. I'm hoping that they don't have too many cheap spells because they're going to be able to do a bunch of rushes as well. With the Sneaky Snakes, I'm not too scared of that. Like, it pushes the buff into that hand that's there, but it does board lock them of that one particular spot. Their 3/2 is going to trade into my 5-drop, that's fine. Into my 5/1. And then they're probably, like... I've got a decent amount of damage on my board as well, which is something that's important to be thinking about for me. The Rat Trap also summoning too when they use a bunch of their spells and things will be important. Why did they use that onto my minion? I got no idea what they were doing. Yeah, this SHAFFAR deck's pretty busted. Okay, so they're going to do some trading, but they won't have Rush next turn. So, I don't exactly know what they were planning with that. Okay, so play down my spawning pool, play down this. I'll use my tracking. I get the Patchwork Powers now, which is really good. Play down my Zergling. I am just going to take an extra turn to chill. I'll get this out into my hand, and then I'm just going to play the 4/4 from it. This can trade into the 1/4. They don't have any other rush minions, which is useful for me. And then next turn I'll have the charging turn. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be enough to be able to threaten them because, like, they do have a buff, but they don't have any sort of charge to be able to deal with this sort of stuff. And even if they do, I can just use this plus this to be able to take out whatever I want. I still have no idea what they were doing with this. The always jog mana. Because next time I have access to Rush, like I feel like they should have ended up winning this game because the spawning pool that's here obviously is extremely powerful for being able to use this in combination with having the big buffs on these guys. Are they just? I think they maybe just be hoping that the charge minion was able to do enough. That just felt completely incorrect. Okay, so they're playing down that. I'm just gonna get rid of my lower cost guys. Okay. Now I do have Rush, so I play this down. Just play it onto this. Yeah, like it's, you know, I don't particularly know what they were exactly planning on doing. I'm gonna say this deck's probably going to get nerfed, because you shouldn't be able to get such big dudes like that. The card that will get nerfed will be SHAFFAR, because there's too much riding on the Zerg. Well, the 60... That's quite expensive. Is that the mythical one? I don't have the funds to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm playing against a rogue. I don't know what he'd be playing. Like, he could be playing SHAFFAR. He could be playing... I'm gonna think it's gonna be SHAFFAR, or it won't be Cycle. Because Cycle, obviously, with the nerf, I don't think he'd be testing it on day one. You just went for the purchase anyway. The worry about it later decision. Okay, so tracking here, I think I'm just getting the alien encounters and passing. Next turn's going to be bird watching into SHAFFAR. Yeah, that definitely is a YOLO decision. Okay, so they're just chilling for this turn. I always just go bird watching here. Grab at the SHAFFAR. Next turn's going to be the Niall. Grab Dubious Purchase, I'm assuming. Or Chrono Boost. That's fine. This turn, I just play down the Niall and chill. Okay, coin Ziliax. Okay. It's quite heavy. Like, SHAFFAR's the reason why you can really play it. I'm gonna go for the tracking here. I'm gonna have to get this alien encounters onto the board to be able to deal with these. I'll do the tracking again to be able to reduce down my alien encounters. Barrel of Monkeys is good. I'll play down the spawning pool so I have access to a minion too. And then I'm just gonna play down my alien encounters. And do I want to trade into this 3-4? I think I do, because then they'll have to, if they do a trade, they'll end up doing it that way. I don't think there should be a way to be able to take out my minions. Okay, so they're buffing their Ziliax. I got another alien encounters, which is really strong for me, so I think I just play down... I do the... I do the hero power. I grab out another Zergling from here. Put down SHAFFAR. Do it at alien encounters. Trade into that. Trade into this. Play this out and then just chill, I guess. That was a little bit of a misplay. I don't think they'll be able to clear it. Okay, so they're going extremely big. It's not very likely because you have so many different cards, so you have 8 cards that can draw into SHAFFAR. Okay, so I'll just fetch first. The buff goes onto here. Use the Tide Pool. Play down this, and then play down a bunch of monkeys. And I'll just use a hero power here to be able to see what I end up getting. Just grab the Shimmer Shot just in case I need a little bit extra damage. I don't think there should be a way to get through these. Obviously the Zilliax being like that is quite daunting. Okay, so they're going for another stealth and elusive. Did I have a lethal done? 6. I think I had lethal. Oh well. Play this. Just get this out of my hand. Yeah. The taunts obviously in that situation were extremely buff. But that Zilliax was extremely scary. That was crazy. Why haven't you played a game yet? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there is quite a few. There are quite a few decks that will be viable once this deck gets nerfed, because this is stupid. Okay, Titanforge Traps, Patchwork Powers, and Barrel of Monkeys. Yeah, that Zilliax was so buff. But I'm pretty sure I did miss lethal that turn, because I could have dealt 6. Then 1? That's only 7. No, it wasn't lethal. I think I just full mulligan everything here. Because I'm trying to get the Nyala out as soon as possible. Because Nyala essentially is the activator for the deck. Tracking here always. Birdwatching guarantees Nyala anyway. Let's just grab the Nyala. Next turn's birdwatching into SHAFFAR. Then turn 3 is going to be using the worm, I'd say. Hopefully getting one of my summoning pools. Okay, so bird watching into SHAFFAR. Next turn's probably going to be Nidus pool. Hey, how you going? FVXTRZ. I'm good, how are you? So in terms of learning the deck, like it does involve you learning a little bit, because if you just if you don't understand all the key mechanics to it, like you could potentially end up in a situation where it's a bit problematic, like you have a full board and you don't get the damage. It's not all face, but it is mostly just going face. But yeah, obviously if you're enjoying the stream, please give a like and a follow. I really do appreciate it. This turn's going to be SHAFFAR. Oh no, it's going to be Niall. SHAFFAR will be next turn because I don't really need to be doing too much this turn anyway, and I don't want the buff to go onto the Niall. The key thing would just be learning the Mulligan and making sure you don't, you're thinking about your board space. I'm going to just grab the Patchwork Powers here and just chill. Thank you for giving a like. Okay, so Prep and Chrono Boost. So it looks like they're playing a similar list to the one that I just played, the Ziliax version. So it draws 2 Protoss cards. They're going to kill that. I'm assuming this is going to be the same as that Ziliax. So the Mulligan cards, like, your Mulligan's the most important part. So obviously you want to make sure that you're getting what you need to. Then you want to make sure you're getting your alien encounters procs down, but also thinking about your summoning pool as well. You want to activate the first one quite early, but you don't want to use the second one until a lot later on. The issue that I'm going to face here is, like, I'm not going to be using the summoning pool this turn, but the issue that I'm going to face here is with the Zerglings, I'm going to end up drawing, it's going to end up going onto one that I don't really want it to. Landing on the 0 drop is actually really good, because then I can just go this into this and it gets some more out into the field. So I will just go for that. Yeah, spacing out the summoning pools, definitely. I did get lucky with that buff as well. Because with the summoning pools, that's how you end up getting all your rush and things like that onto the board. And there's also the trample card, which you'd use to buff and then go face with. If they have the Ziliax, I'm a little bit scared of that. Because at the moment I still don't have any real taunts. I just have the alien encounters. Yeah, it's really strong. Okay, so they've just got the shadow stepping that. So I've just got the 4 minions on the board at the moment. This turn I just go for Zergling plus bird watching. It then buffs this one. I'm going to use the tracking here. I'm not too worried of them doing face to me at the moment. I'll grab the Jorgma, and then I'm just going to get the Patchwork Powers out as well, so I can play the ones out that I don't really want. And then I'm just going to chill. If they end up playing a minion down that isn't stealth, I'm going to be able to just take it out using this. Okay, deal 2 damage to all enemies, so they're clearing most of my board. Do I have lethal here? Oh, they just conceded anyway. Yeah, I think they're 100% going to nerf SHAFFAR soon. This deck can't stay how it is. Good luck. What skin is that for? Like, what classes can it go onto? The mythical skin, is it just all of the Zerg classes? SHAFFAR's definitely going to get a nerf, because with this deck here, The difference between SHAFFAR and this is the fact that you do have the taunt, so you can wall, but you also have the significantly better search. DK Hunters, Demon Hunted, Warlock. Oh yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I think I just full keep this. Birdwatching gets me the SHAFFAR. Oh, okay. I assume they don't want to play against another hunter. So your mulligan basically is you always keep birdwatching. That's the best of the cards. Fetch is quite decent to be able to get the cards out. I had so much fun with your SHAFFAR Rogue. I just need to craft the Niall. Yeah, Niall's always going to be a good card in any Hunter deck that you play. So if you do like Hunter, it's going to be playable for I'd say the entire time that it's legal and standard. So spawning pool, I keep bird watching as well. Something that I need to think about in this matchup is I do need to keep be careful of them using the card that summons one of the minions from the hand. The lowest cost minion, is it? Or is it highest cost minion? Okay, so they've just got two 1/1s on the board. I could play down the summoning pool here, or I could just play down the sneaky snakes. I think I do the sneaky snakes here because they're also playing aggressive class. Next turn I'm just going to use this, I may have to use the summoning pool plus sneaky snakes and then bird watching the following turn. Okay, so they got Buccaneer. That means that they're going to get the buff guy onto this. So they'll get the one that just buffs up their minions. So I'm just going to bird watching here. I'll get my Niall out of the deck. And then I'm just going to hit these 1/1s just to get them off the board. Next turn's going to be Niall plus coin more than likely. Or it'll be summoning pool plus barrel of monkeys depending on what they end up summoning. Okay, they've just got Gorgonzormu. So it's just going to be Niall this turn. Niall, coin, tracking. Coin and tracking. The next turn's going to be summoning pool more than likely for me. It's always SHAFFAR here. Okay, so they've just got a wide board at the moment. What's this? After you summon a pirate, draw a card. I have to kill this. I could activate the SHAFFAR to get the stuff rolling now. So I have two choices. I can either just do the tracking play to get some more, I think I go for the tracking play. Grab the other tracking, because it reduces down the cost and it gets me deeper into the deck. Use this tracking, it gets me then to alien encounters quite easily. The worm's always quite good in this situation, but I could also grab Patchwork Powers. I think I'll grab the Patchwork Powers. Play down the alien encounters, it means that it can trade decently into this stuff. Play down the pool. I will use the pool now since I only have one Zergling, so this will buff up one and then I can buff up the other one. And then I'm going to take out the 1/4 here because if they end up having their Zerg minion, it means that they'll be able to give it the reborn. Okay, so they're drawing two more Zerg cards. Dirty, right? Do they have a way of taking that out? No. Oh, yes, they do. Okay. That was unlucky. I think I can still work around this. Like, at the moment, I don't know if they have too much. So I'll just see how it ends up going, but yeah. You know, obviously sometimes they get a little bit lucky with your hits. Yeah, I think that's gonna be just game. That Dirty Rat was a bit lucky from them though, but you know, it is what it is. Like, it was what, a 33% chance. Yeah. So, the thing about this deck though is and with all expansions, the aggro decks are always the strongest on the first day because there's no refinement with other decks. So you could possibly find tomorrow or in the next couple of days that this deck won't be as powerful as it is today. Keep fetch, keep the worm, get rid of these two. Okay, so this obviously is a different hand to the ones that I've had before. Fetch, I could possibly get 2 cards from this, so this is always going to be relatively decent. I have a 1 in 2 and 4, so I have a half chance to be able to get the minions that I want with it. So it's either Niall or SHAFFAR. Niall obviously is definitely the preference. Barrel of Monkeys will be useful because the last time I played against this opponent they were using an aggressive style. SHAFFAR's fine. Next time I'm probably just going to have to use coin into this. Yeah, it's coin into this. It allows me to draw 2 more cards, and I can also get my summoning pool online. Get 2 summoning pools. I'll play down both of them. I'll also proc both of them as well, just so I have them out of my hand. Next turn is probably going to be... I'd say Barrel of Monkeys is probably going to be the next turn. I don't think they have a way to clear if I just play down the SHAFFAR, but I don't really want to risk it. Yeah, I can do coaching services. I haven't organized anything yet for it, but I am planning to in the future. Like, you're welcome to... We can talk about it later about it. I'm just going to grab the hidden meaning here because I need to make sure that I need to make sure that when they use all their mana that they're going to... It will get me another minion onto the board that can apply some sort of threat towards them. The problem with this hand is that that's probably an ice trap. Just because they just played it out of their hand. So I don't want to play the SHAFFAR down just yet, so I'm going to probably just do another one of my different cards. Hidden Meaning's good. I will just go into face just in case it is an explosive. It is explosive. I'll play down the SHAFFAR, and then I'll just play down the Sneaky Snakes. It goes onto one of these dudes. And just chill. This should put me into a decent position because I can use this whenever I need to now to be able to get Rush onto the board. So I have 2 sets of Rush. The other thing is that the trample will be quite strong going into the... Yeah, it's definitely a snaky snake. It's a very sneaky snake. The other thing is that they've only got one of the summoning pools, so this is completely opposite to that other time that I played against this style list. So they'll have the buff, for sure. They don't have the Niall, neither do I. That's the only thing that's missing at the moment. So next turn's more than likely just playing this and this. I'll probably keep the SHAFFAR on the board. Get the Nyala, so I'm establishing some more control against them. Play it, and then I'll see what I end up getting. Alien Encounters is probably the best of these cards. I'm going to keep the... I'll just trade all this, because they're going to have to trade into my 3/3 if they want to be able to do anything. I'm just going to chill. Next turn I'll be able to access whatever I want out of this hand. Because they'll have to trade into this. If they summon any more minions into their field, I can get rid of these dudes as well. Out of all the Hearthstone you choose. Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, so out of these, so if I'm wanting to... I'm surprised they didn't end up using the buff, but it means that they could possibly be getting the Zerglings a lot better out than I have. The snakes here aren't too much of a concern. They're going to do a rush, so they will be able to take control of the board doing this like this, but I'm not too concerned. Because they won't have access to another rush until the following turn. It looks like they're just doing a full trade. Okay, so I'm going to go Zergling into... I'll use a tracking first, just in case I get a 1 cost. Just get the Alien Encounters. Then I'm going to use my Barrel of Monkeys. The problem is I don't have another... I don't have another activator for this. Like, I'm probably just going to have to summon this 1/1 just flat. Which is probably going to be the best for me. Like, I can then just do some trades into these, and I can then hold off for the next turn. Just trade those. Next turn I have access to a lot more stuff because my Alien Encounters will be coming online. Just chill. The problem that I have at the moment is that because of the all these being two mana spells, it does make it a bit more difficult to establish a board onto them. Like if I had gotten a 1 mana spell just then, I would have been able to get this procced onto this already for this turn, and I then have the extra 7/7s onto the board. Okay, so it's always this. It's always this. Grab the Shimmer Shot. Always that. Play this out. It gets me the buff out for what I need. Use the Patchwork Powers now. Play this down. Just get the Shimmer Shot out of my hand. And it means that I'm not getting a really weak minion onto the board like that. And I'm just going to trade my 7/7s in so I don't end up board locking myself. But it looks like they may be conceding. Yeah. So the important thing to think about for this deck is you also want to make sure you don't board lock yourself. Like, because if I had board locked myself into that turn, it may not have been able to get the charge minion out, and it could have been an issue for me. But yeah, the best mulligans that you have is getting the Niall out as soon as possible. Getting the worm, the 3-mana worm, helps you, from what I've noticed. Tracking obviously is really good. Summoning pool's really good. I'm not actually even 100% sure if you want to keep the, if you want to keep the SHAFFAR in your opening hand. I'm not sold on it just yet. Because Niall is so much more important. Obviously, I am keeping it still, but I'm not 100% sure if it is the correct keep just yet. I know Niall's the correct keep, because that's the, the best card in the deck, but yeah. Okay, it's always Summoning Pool, always proc it, so it means it'll be online when I need it. I've also then got a Zergling in my hand. Next turn's going to be Bird Watching. Gets the Niall. Bird Watching into Niall's also really strong because you establish a 5 attack 5 health minion too onto the boards. I'm actually thinking of just playing this down. I think I will. It gets me the extra draw out of my deck, and it possibly sets me up for a strong turn. Getting at the one cost Zergling obviously is 0 cost Zergling is quite good too. It sets up for future turns. Next turn's gonna be Niall. They've got a 3/4 charge. I'm not too scared of that. Fetch is not certain yet to get the. It's not certain yet to get the Nexus. So I'll use the tracking first because it may get me into a minion and then I could get it afterwards. Sneaky Snakes is fine, I guess. Coin into fetch. I got the other Zerglings, that's a little bit unfortunate. It's fine, like this hand should be okay even without the SHAFFAR to shut. Okay. Next turn, I can guarantee out the any of my spells that discover and things can guarantee out my SHAFFAR. I'll just use the Titanforge traps here as well. And I'll put it onto an ice trap just because they could be running something that could deal with my guy. And then I'm just going to trade into here. It does leave me susceptible to Fan of Knives, but I don't really care too much about that. Because if they do, they'll end up using Ice Trap onto it. The Ice Trap will counter it. Oh, it does deal the 2 like that. I forgot about this card. Deal 2 damage to all enemies. Okay, so this turn is going to be Shadow Stop. I'm gonna have to set off this spawning pool this turn. Because I don't want to be taking any more damage. Especially since I think the 8, the big dude of this is a bit scary. Okay, so play down the SHAFFAR. Use this. Get one of these out of my hand. And get it onto the board. Then get a buff out. Lay this down. Problem is then I possibly could lose the buff. That was a mistake. That was terrible. Oh dear, I made a mistake.
How long can you hold to it? Now this is treasure.
I bask in the twilight.
Yeah. Oh. The other important thing is to make sure that you're keeping a track of your mana, because I was thinking that I had enough mana to do all that, but obviously I was 1 mana off. Because I was thinking that I had used to discover that turn to be able to get my alien encounters online, but I hadn't. So it meant that obviously I couldn't end up getting the buff back onto the minions. What was that? The selected deck is not valid for this game mode? Does anyone know what's going on? Is there like a hotfix that's come out or something? I'll just restart and see if there's an issue.
Don't be afraid. It's all just a game, after all.
Okay. What? Did they have they hotfix? Are they hotfixing SHAFFAR? It's already banned. Okay, new deck time. We'll change it to hashtag banned. So just for people, if for high in particular, since they obviously have made Hunter not as viable, this I'll put a list into the chat of what I was playing yesterday. You can probably change around it a little bit. So I was playing this list yesterday. Let me just get the thing for it. Here it is. I was playing this yesterday. The idea behind it is you want to be getting your discover cards. So you want the Slither Spear, Tracking, and Scarab as your opening cards. Sneaky Snakes is also decent. If you have the Slither Spear, you use a bunch of bananas with it, and then you can use the Observer of Myths to get your buffs. Make sure with Observer of Myths you don't use bird watching onto it. Um, and obviously Nails are always a keep in this deck. Mantle Shape is also really strong to be happening in your opening hand too. Yeah, I'm just grabbing the code for the moment. Okay, so that's the code for the aggro list. We're gonna have to think of a different deck, so just give me a moment. That was the only deck that I had ready for playing for the just the current point. Is there any suggestions of decks that people want to play? I'd say SHAFFAR's gonna get nerfed to a 2/2, or possibly, yeah, I'd say it's gonna get nerfed to a 2/2. Um, does anyone want to work on a rogue? Or we could work on a... We could look at the PROTOSS list that that guy was playing with the Zilliax. Is there any... I'm just trying to see if there's any decks that I can just copy and paste easily to be able to get it across. And then we can work on a list. It's so they've just taken it out because they're worried that, like, obviously it is worrying how strong the deck was. Because there was, you know, like, you couldn't really do anything against it, and the 1/1s obviously were too powerful too. I don't really know what we should play. We could go Starships. Yeah, we could go Starships. Let's have a look at the Starships. Okay, so Ghost is a strong card. You can use it with Shadow Block, so you can clear out 3 cards as well. Maybe we'll go for this list and see how it goes. Okay. We'll go with this. We'll do some Starship. Yeah, at least you got to play it once before it got banned. It's not seeing the light of day again, that deck. It makes sense though, because they still haven't learned. Like, they need to learn that if you have a card that copies the stats of another card, it's always going to be insane. If you copy the exact buffs that are there. Yeah, but Hunter's still really powerful anyway. So I'm playing against a Mage. I think I just get rid of these. I'll get rid of Pop-Up Book too. I'll just get rid of all of it. Okay. I'm just gonna hold the Pop-Up Book just in case they're running some sort of aggressive style deck. Okay, and then we'll just use the hero power. So the Protoss list seems interesting as well, so I'll probably just do one game of this while I'm looking for another deck. play down the Gorgonzorma and just chill. Okay, so they're using Chrono Boost, so they can trade into that quite easily. Trusty Companion gets me a Taunt, a Totem, but I don't run any other totems in this deck. I run a Beast, so I might go for the Frog here. And then buff up my Frog to be able to get the Backstage Bouncer out of the deck. Maybe we'll go a Death Knight next. We'll do a Death Knight with the Zerg list. Seems strong. What did they just do? Deal 5 damage to a Protoss and the Chalice. Should I craft the Hunter Titan? It's rotating soon. It depends on if you're planning on playing it. Soon. I'd say probably not if you're not planning on playing the particular deck, a certain particular decks. Still don't have a Starship. Okay. So with Protoss and the Mage, it's that since there's only a few Protoss spells, does that mean it pretty much just automatically gets back pretty much whatever you want? Okay. So if I go this, it gets a 2/1 onto the board. And I can play down the location, I guess. And then I'll play down SCV. Gets the guys onto the board, and then I can just go face with this. Okay, so next turn I can do Delicious Cheese if I want to, or I can use the Horn of the Windlord. Okay, and they're using the Glyph. They've cleared my board. Don't really care too much about that. I don't have any starships, so I can't use that, obviously. I think I just play down the Titan, and then I use my Delicious Cheese to establish a board. I don't think they'll be running too... Like, they've already used their Rising Waves AoE. Do I have any Overload cards in my deck? I don't think so. I'll just use the Overload one, just because I don't really want to... I don't really want to do the AoE, just in case I need to trade into stuff here. This Mage deck has a lot of different choices and options. Like, they've used a lot of different Discover cards because of what... Like, they've used the coils. They've got another Chrono Boost. Chrono Boost, obviously is quite powerful, being able to draw the extra cards for them. If they do a trade, I can just use the AoE to clear. Okay, so they are just trading into my Titan, which is okay. I've got a Starport, so I'll use this to be able to get out another one of my starships. I think I just get the weapon online now. And I'll do another starport to get this even stronger, give some more buffs to it. And just go face. So this should mean that with this board, I should be in a relatively decent position for okay, so they're using Chalice. And they're freezing my 4/7, that should be fine. I'm not too concerned about that. Just play this down, I guess. And I'll play this as well. I can launch a Starship if I want to. What does it do? So it's got random effects, it deals 5 damage. I think I want to give it an extra buff before using it. Okay, so they're summoning 2 of the Zealots. I don't think that really means too much to me, but the buff could mean something. Okay, so they're getting Divine Shield, they're going to trade it in with that. And then they're taking out my 1/1. I could just play down another Siege Tank if I want to. Does this deck really run too many... Does this deck run very many of the... I don't really need to gain armor. Would this deck run very much of the stuff that needs to be worrying for me? Okay, just chill. I don't think they'll have an AoE to be able to take out this board. Okay, construct pylons. That should be fine, like I don't really think there's too much to worry about for it. Colossus deals 8 to enemies twice. This is Reborn though. Does it have any effects anymore? I don't think so. Okay, play the tank down. Deal 7 to their face, and I'll just play the ghost as well, because it means it'll clear something out of their hand. Go rid of the armor. That is a little bit of a problem still for me. Yeah, that's lethal. So this card seems quite strong. Maybe we should have a try of a mage list. Or we could... Actually, let's have a go of Death Knight first and see how we go. We could do mage. I think we might go mage. That mage list seemed interesting. Does it have it on HS Replay yet? I think that should be able to copy it. Okay, Okay, so let's just edit this. Okay, so I'm just updating the description. Okay, copy. We'll just call it. We'll call it KT's man. No, we'll get rid of that name from it. Just have a look at the list first as well. So it's got Colossus, uses Void Race. The idea is to be able to get this out twice to be able to AoE your opponent. You have quite a lot of reduction too. This is obviously, this seems like a card that you'll always want to keep too. Okay. Okay, and we'll just save that to our thing. I'm not sure what the, like, obviously that SHAFFAR rogue was, SHAFFAR hunter was the strongest of the archetypes, but now that it's gone, it's going to be a lot more interesting determining what the best deck is going to be. Like, aggro is always quite good on the opening day of expansion though, so it might end up being a decent time to be playing Death Knight.
You asked for it.
Okay, so get rid of that. Turn 2, or turn 1, turn 2. Turn 3. Okay. So the idea is to get the Colossus out from the deck. I will have charge as well, which is going to be strong. So I go turn 1. Pass. Next turn's the Chrono Boost. Turn 3 is going to be the coil, more than likely. Okay, so they're playing Starship as well, so I always will do Chrono Boost here. It gets 2 more cards out of my deck. I can use the cannon to be able to take out one of their lower status minions too. Liftoff gets them another Starship piece. I don't really care too much about them getting the taunts. Photon Cannon will be useful for these. This doesn't really seem correct right now. So I think I just take out that, and is it likely they could have Turbolus? I don't think so. I think I just send this damage face. Okay, so they're gonna have a taunt. I'm probably gonna have to use the coil this turn. Let's trade. I think that was their Cactus Construct card. So I use a coil this next turn to hit into the cutter. I think I'd go Greedy Partner Coin, and then I can use the coil to take it out. I don't think that's useful for me at all. I guess I can use it when I'm using charge minions. Or I could use it on that. Don't really want to put anything else at this into my hand. So I could go the cannon onto here. It reduces down the cost of this. Then play this and summon a copy of it. It doesn't really matter if it takes extra damage because it's got Divine Shield anyway. What's this one do? 7 armor when launched. Just go face. There's no point trading at the moment. At the moment I'm dealing 14 using the Colossus. It's currently cost 10 as well. Okay, and they're just trading into my 2-2. That's fine. They're board locked at the moment. So I could just use Bob the Bartender if I wanted to and just freeze the board. Then I can deal 6 damage to face. Or I could use volume up. I think I just keep them board locked. So I'll play Bob here and I keep them board locked, which means I won't be able to do anything next turn. And then I can deal some more damage to their face. Next turn we'll probably be using volume up though. They'll be going down to 10. So it means that my Colossus is essentially lethal once I end up getting it out. I'll use the volume up now. Rising Waves clears those two. Clears those 3, but I don't really care if they're cleared or not. I'll use the glyph and see what I end up getting from it. Soul Freeze is fine because it means I can just leave that onto there. And I'll just freeze those because I want them to be able to have this rubbish in their deck. And just go face with this. So if they do end up using that, they'll have to trade into one. They'll end up being able to activate those two. But the Starship, I don't think deals too much to me at the moment, where I can just use this as the AoE to clear. Okay, so they're using Starport and Starport again. Not really too worried about that. I can always use this the turn that they end up playing the battle cruiser anyway. So what things did it end up getting? Nothing. It didn't get that. Could they have Bloodlust? It's possible they have Bloodlust, so I'll just use the Rising Waves here this turn to be safe. And I can just use the Skater if I want to clear. To freeze it, and I can get more armor like that. Or I can just get a random spell. I think I go for this, it just clears it. Draw a Protoss minion. Do I have any Protoss minions? No. I may as well just to get the big buff, the extra buff onto my Colossus. Oh, I do. I still have this. Just pass. So I'm now up to dealing 18 with the Colossus. They've launched the Starships. They deal an extra bit of damage doing it that way. I'm gonna have to use the Sleet Skater this turn. And then I'll use my Fizzle as well to be able to get these guys back into my deck. And then next turn I deal 18 with this. And just pass. So they've got 24. At the moment it's lethal on board. if they don't do anything in terms of changing the health total or dealing with my minions.
In the rear with the gear.
Yep, so that's a fine trade for them. They might have another tank. Shuttle block. So they'll get at their Rainer. I don't think that matters too much. If they have the Gym Rainer, does that end up having a lethal on me? Like, what was the side of their Starship before?
Let's make it count.
Okay, so they don't have Rush on any of those.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Yeah, they have to take that out. They can't just leave it. I clear the whole board using this again, though. Okay, and they're down to 8. I do have access as soon as I get my Fizzle snapshot out. I do have access to winning the game like that. Second shutter block. So they're getting an extra Murloc like that. Okay, it's always playing this down. I can do some clearance using this. Freeze one of the dudes, so freeze that one. The problem is I don't have any other way, like I don't have anything in my hand at the moment to get me to the snapshot. Use this and I'll just go face. I think they may have gotten enough armor to be able to survive, because the coin, I've only got 1 coin at the moment. I do need to get, if I get my Artanis out, I might be okay. Chrono boost. Lay down the Artanis. Now, do I have any sort of way of being able to deal that damage, the lethal damage? I don't think so. So, if I coin here, I can get Divine Shield onto my dude. Yeah, I can't deal lethal. Yeah, it's game. Just a little bit too late.
Jaina versus AFK.
Give me a few more minutes.
You asked for it.
Okay, so with this sort of hand, I do want to keep the Tidepool Hunter. I'll probably get rid of my Sleet Skater though. Okay, and I've got Glyph now as well, so I'm gonna go turn 2 is gonna be Glyph. That's gonna be quite good as well for me. Because the elemental would be the Sleet Skaters. Okay, use the Glyph, see what I end up getting. If I get this, I can end up getting a water elemental onto him. Then I can go turn 4 into this. Turn 5 into this. Turn 6. So I've got quite a lot of plays lined up at the moment, so yeah, we can ramp out really well at the moment, judging by our plays. So always hit that so it gets rid of them getting more armor. Next turn's going to be Chrono Boost, and then the turn after will probably be the Fractured. Because I think the only elemental that's in this deck is the Sleet Skater. So use the Chrono Boost here. And then just go face. Okay, and then I've got the Glyph again. They got another shield battery. I don't think that really matters too much to me. It's quite likely they're running a mostly spell orientated list. Lay this down because it gets me the minions out of my deck. And they get quite a lot of value being the smaller ones like this, because then you can miniaturize them. And I think I just send the rest face to them. Okay, so Void Scripture can be problematic. They've got a secret. So what sort of secrets would I be worried about? I think I'm most worried about them counterspelling something. That's fine. Okay, so just go face and see if it's an ice barrier. It's not. So I just play it down Chadgar here and just chill. Blizzard's good for me. It means I can apply more, I can threaten some more damage onto them. Yeah, it was definitely fun while it lasted, but it definitely needed to happen. Okay, so they're pinging my minion. They don't really have too much sitting on their board, so it's not really, I'm not really being threatened at all here. Trading. Fireball hits the 6-1. I can just go face if I really want to. What's the odds that's a counter spell? I'd say it's very likely because they chose it how they chose it, the way they chose it. So maybe I can just go the Sleet Skater, the mini. I'll just use the. I can just use the Rising Waves because I was pretty much certain it was counterspell. Then I can just go face with this. Next turn I can play down the Artanis. So that means the last one they've got there is a is going to be that counterspell again. So they've got their Artanis down. I'm not too scared of that. That trade's there. That trade's there. 3-1 goes into my 2-2. And they're polymorphing something. That's a decent polymorph for them. So let's get the Artar to set my one out. And then I can play down my Void Ray here, so I can just trade into that. Take out that, and then just go face with these. I'm not too worried. Like, if this ends up being like a, if this ends up being a blizzard, that's the only issue that I'm really worried about. If they have counterspell now, I do have Chalice to be able to deal with it, so then I can get my shield battery back online. Okay, Frostbolt. Don't really care about the fizzle at the moment, so if I go Tide Pool, I can get the Chrono Boost out. So I think I just go Tide Pool here. Grab the Chrono Boost. Use the shield battery and then get out the other two. I can use the Photon Cannon now as well to clear that. And this will more than likely clear. And I might just trade here so then they can't get advantage using their Twin Blades. And Frostbolt, that doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so that's a counter spell. This deals 10. Oh, they're just conceding. This card is now banned in one or more formats. Thanks for letting me know, Blizzard. Thanks for the update. It would have been useful knowing while I was trying to play a game. Before I was trying to play that game. Okay, so it's always keep the cannon. I think it's just a full keep aside from the Chadgar. They'll be playing the Starship. So I want to be able to get my guys as big as possible to be able to just AoE. I'll probably end up just chilling for this turn. I don't really see the point in playing the coin. I know that this... I'm pretty sure I played against this person earlier and the other person playing the Starship. So I'll just chill this turn. Because last time I went for it, it ended up costing me a little bit. I can use the cannon onto this if I want to this turn. Yeah, so we'll use this and we'll go into there. It gets 2 spells online. Next turn I can coin into Chrono Boost if I need to. They're giving the buff to the Glowfin. That doesn't really matter too much because they're still... I think they're still playing the Starship list, so it doesn't matter too much for me. I'll play the battery here and then I'll use the Chrono Boost as well. It gives me more of my cards into my deck, and I'm just going to go face. I don't really need to trade into this, because they'll probably end up just doing the trade for me. The only thing I could get punished by, which probably was a misplay, is not trading to that for the backstage bouncer. Yeah, it was a misplay, but it's alright. I could do another Chrono Boost here, or I could use Volume Up. Volume Up might be their better play here, because I could end up choosing my Rising Waves, which will help clear the board. Yeah, I'll go for this. And I'm just going to chill for a turn. Okay, so they're giving a buff to that. Rising Waves will clear. It doesn't clear anymore because I got the 1/1s. So let's use the Chalice and see where it lands. into here. Use the cannon. I'll use the rest of the chalices just to make sure. There's no point using chalice now because it's just the 4/4 on the board. So I'm just going to chill for the rest now. If I need to, I can get some armor using this, the Sleet Skater. Next turn's probably going to be Rising Waves into into the coil. Okay. That doesn't clear anymore because you got the ghost down into the field. Bob freezes the board. But it doesn't really establish anything. Rising Waves only kills the 6/2. I think I'm just gonna have to go for the freeze this turn with this, or I could just do the Bob freeze. I think it's gonna have to be the Bob freeze here because then once I end up getting the once it goes into next turn, I can activate the hero and it'll get me some more armor back up, and then I can trade into a bunch of these different things. Okay, so using Liftoff, that's not too much of a concern for me. I can, if I use... Oh, okay. They got me to a 4/1. If I use this... It still leaves me in a pretty bad position. But it means that I can use this the following turn. So just trade with that. Use this. Trade into that. I don't think they should have lethal. They got 12. 13. Oh, I forgot about the 5 from that. Okay. What's our next? Death Knight. I think I might switch to the Death Knight next after this game, so we'll just see how they end up playing. The Rising Waves will be good against them because I know that they're going to be a swarming sort of deck. I don't think I want to keep... I might want to actually keep the coil just in case they do play down the 2-drop. Okay, Swarming Pool's fine. I might just be hero powering this turn. Looks like I am. Okay. This is the Mythic skin, isn't it? Looks alright. I'll just use the coil here. There's no point just holding it. Gets me an extra card out of my into my hand. This is quite good. Okay, so the Chillforge Baron. I can either go for volume up so I can discover an extra card and get more value, or I can go for Chrono Boost. I think I might go for the volume up here. And I'll grab the Rising Waves so I can do the AoE to them. The problem is I am now going to overdraw. Miracle Salesman's fine. I can clear using Rising Waves plus Chalice.
My hand is too full.
Okay, and then just chill. I'll just take out this extra one just because I don't know how much damage they can really deal. I've got 2 Chrono Boosts as well, which will be strong. Okay, they're getting their Zerglings onto the board. I'm not too scared of that. I'll just use the Rising Waves so they can. It's fine for them to have that knowledge now that it is a Rising Waves. And I'm just going to use the Glyph and see what I end up getting. None of these are very good. I'll just grab the Solar Flare so I can have another AoE. And I'll just clear. Next turn I can use the Chrono Boost if I want to, because it should get me another card that I'll be able to play. My buff still isn't... I still don't have a buff onto the Colossus, which is what I'm a little bit scared of. But because they're playing like a Swarm sort of list, I shouldn't need to worry too much. Okay, I got another Chrono Boost, so I'll just use the one that I drew. I think it's always the Proton Cannon here. The Photon Cannon. Or I could use Solar Flare to clear those two. Photon Cannon's probably more useful because it reduces down the cost of this, and I need to start working towards it. Just gonna go face. Okay, so they're gonna get the buff. Not too worried about that because I am getting close to my Colossus turn. Okay, they're giving the buff to their minions. So the Zerglings here are 3/3s. I can AoE clear with the Rising Waves and Solar Flare. Can use that if I wanted to. So I can play down the Void Ray. I'll use the Chrono Boost. Shielded Battery's fine here, so I'll use the battery. And I'll just do a few trades into these, just because I don't want them to get any bigger. I don't think this deck's able to deal lethal from this, but I'm not really sure. They got another Buccaneer, so they probably got another one of the dudes. Deal damage equal to this minion's attack to all enemy minions. I don't really care. That I do care about. So I always just bob here. So chrono boost. Bob to freeze. And just go face. How does the interaction work with this? Okay, so this has reborn. These also have reborn. I can deal an AoE. The problem is that this is on the board, so I can't just full clear. But I could go hit into that, hit into here, use Rising Waves, that clears this. Solar Flare. It's still those are still 4/4s. Just use that. The problem is this is still 11 cost, so I can't actually get it active just yet. They're getting some more buffs. Going wide again. $20, $23, $32, $34. I'm waiting for the proton cannon, like that's what I really need. I can do a bunch of freezes, then these can't proc, they'd have to do some trading. I think I'm gonna have to go for that, so I freeze this. This is actually probably better, I probably should have used that first. Freeze that. Photon cannon's lethal. Spreading the death rattle again. I've used the shielded battery. What's this? Spawning pool. Okay, so just get that. I need to do some freezing. So that needs to be frozen. That needs to be frozen. Play down this. Reduces down the cost. Okay. Does anyone know what the interaction is with this and this? This would just activate twice, wouldn't it? Oh, we can test it out. We can have a look to see how it goes. Yep. I thought that'd be the case. Yeah, GG. It was close. That was yeah, I was hanging on the edge of my seat for how close that was going to be. But yeah, everyone that's in the chat and in the gameplay at the moment, I hope that you're enjoying the stream. I'll be trying to get out some more content that's obviously, you know, a much bigger breakdown of the deck, but yeah, we'll at the moment we're just doing the stream here, and later on, probably later today, I'll end up bringing out another deck, and I'll do a breakdown of this deck with one of my videos. Okay, so I'm playing just Shaman. Greedy Partners are always a decent keep. I think I'll keep it just because it will allow me to apply some tempo just in case for them. I can go turn 2, turn 3, turn 2, turn 3. So turn 2, turn 3. I think it's turn 2, turn 3. That's how I'll go. Okay, play this down. And just pass. Next turn I go this, coin this. Actually, it doesn't really matter the order of that because, yeah, because it's not like prep. It just, you know, it feels like prep, but it's not prep. Okay, so this, coin this. I don't need to get the extra battery at the moment. There's not really any point, and I'll just go face. Because the extra battery could be useful in later turns, so it's not important right now to be able to just get it out. Next turn I'm probably just going to go battery this into there. Okay, they're able to trade because of that missile pod, that's fine. Okay, battery. Use the coil into this, get rid of it. Photon cannon's decent, so I can use that next turn to be able to reduce down the cost of my dudes. Backstage bounces is fine. I think I go the Void Ray so I can clear one of these backstage bounces. Trade first, obviously, because you need to kill it so you get the buff and pass. I have Bob, which is alright, but I don't really have too many spells at the moment. Like, I've only got the 6. So I'm dealing 12 doing it that way, but it's still not that close. The missile pod's fine. I'm not too worried about that. I'll use the glyph first and see what I end up getting. Are any of these arcane spells? If I use the stargazing, I may end up getting another glyph. Yeah, the idea of the deck is just to get the Colossus out, because that's how you end up clearing on them. Or that would make me overdraw if I do it that way. No, I'm not doing that. That's too greedy. Okay, and I'll do the cannon into here and ping into here. Yeah, that's too greedy. Like, it would have been nice to obviously draw 6 cards, but I'm not going for the greedy play with that. I need to make sure, especially against this sort of list, where they're going to be trying to establish the big starships. Yeah, I don't want to be doing that. Tide Pool's decent. I think I can just play this down, and then I can just hit into that. It doesn't really concern me too much. Losing them. It just means that I can get rid of a little bit of the damage that they're going to be applying next turn. This is dealing 14.
I must practice tolerance toward lesser beings.
Engine screaming.
I'm going to probably just have to end up playing it because of that. Yeah, I'm going to just play it down. I still have quite a lot of cards in my deck that I can use to deal with them. If they don't end up killing it, it means that I'll be able to have lethal next turn. Those ghosts are annoying. Okay. They took out that. I don't have any other minions in my cards in my hand, which is a little bit challenging. Just use chalices. They don't have any access to any more ghosts. They're down to 13 health as well, so Chrono Boost is a great card here. The Fractured's a decent card. Chadgar's a decent card. Colossus is lethal at the moment still. Okay, play that down. I don't know if this deck runs the gift, so we'll just get some big armor gain. There's a few cards that wouldn't be great to draw into right now, but the rest of them are okay. An issue that I could face here is with the Artificer. It means that... Oh, okay. With the Artificer being there, it means that they're posing quite a lot of... quite a lot. Void Ray can take out... can clear. I'll give it back the Divine Shield. Then I freeze this and I freeze this. And I just go face with this damage. So Chrono Boost is decent here, but it will only get me the Colossus. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the DK decks shortly. They got the Raynor. That might be lethal. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'll create the Zerg, the Death Knight deck now. Those ghosts were really powerful though. Okay, Death Knight. So we'll probably be going... Death Knight. Okay, so we'll go with the barrages. Probably Death Grow. Zerglings, obviously. Summoning Pool. The Buccaneers. Mining Casualties. Brood Queen. Definitely the Infestors. Horizon's Edge because it's an aggro sort of deck. Vipers for sure. Yodelers seems decent. I don't have the one at the moment, so I need to add that in too. The Queen. Nidus Worm. So I'm missing 4 cards at the moment still. These 2 at the moment. And we could go the Handlers, and then we just have 1 more card, I think, to grab. Maybe only 1 Death Grow. No, I wouldn't worry about crafting the 8 Hands from Beyond. If another friendly minion has Reborn, summon a copy of it. That seems decent. And it's Grave Strength. Give your minions +1 attack. Yeah, that seems decent too. Do I want the Horizon's Edge? Maybe I change that for extra Grave Strength and then a Mosh Pit. I don't have Gorgonzormu as well in here, so that's something that I could add. Yeah, it looks decent, but we'll just have to test it to see how it goes. Currently don't have a Miracle Salesman in here. Does that matter? I don't think so. I don't know, like for the games, like you usually just get a feel of the deck. Like I'll generally have a look to see what my curve is before doing much. Sometimes I just switch pretty quickly, like especially on the new days. But yeah, like it is a bit of a. It is one of those things where you do need, need to get a feel for the idea of what you're doing. So in this situation, it's always keep Zergling, always keep Worm. Doesn't matter if I lose the Zergling, I just want to apply some pressure early. So it's going to be... It's probably one... Oh, I'll put it into the description. Of the YouTube video. DK... Okay, it's in the description now. Viper's decent. I'm just going to go Zergling here. They don't have anything on board at the moment. Next turn, it's either going to be Worm or it'll be Mining Casualties. Worm's always going to be strong, probably stronger though, because it allows me to get the mana cheating out. But Mining Casualties, fine to just apply on the board. I think I just go face. They're going to do a trade anyway. I don't really care. Okay, so using a Starport, if they trade into one of my 1/1s, I can just trade into it with the Death Rattle dude. Just use the Worm here. It reduces down the cost of my cards. And I'll use this, trade into here, and just go face. I still don't have any of my buffs. I only just have this buff at the moment. So it might end up being next turn. These are the ghosts. They get rid of my coin. Okay. Incredible. I'm gonna go the Infester and this one here. I can trade if I want to with this, or I can use the Zergling. I'll just use this because next turn if they don't end up trading into one of my 1/1s, I can just go and use the Viper. I think they will end up taking out the 3/2 though. Because if they don't, they're gonna set themselves up for a very big issue when I use Viper next turn. Okay. So, mining casualties. I always want to be playing down like this sort of minion. It will do a bigger clear, and then I can do Viper, and then these will clear into it. And that will AoE. It gives buffs onto my minions as well. And I'll just chill. Next turn I can do the second Viper. Oh, yeah, I'll hit with this first though. Okay, that clears that. Surely they hit into this. They don't want to do that again. Okay. They're allowing me to get an even bigger buff. If they have a minion in their hand, I'm just going to be getting it out. Okay, they do. I should have gone face first though. This can clear. Just stick the hero power and go face. Next turn's gonna be the Worm. I'm gonna have to start reloading, I think.
make it count.
Okay, lay down the summoning pool, get the summoning pool proc on, I'll use the hero power, and then I think I just get mining casualties just to establish some more board control. They're not really threatening me enough at the moment with how they're sitting, because they've just got this, the hero power. I'm not sure just yet. It seems decent enough at the moment, but I have obviously only just played one game, so I can't really tell for sure. Okay, so they've taken out my 1/1. This is gonna clear their hand, whatever it is. It's always this. Heals 3 to the board. Then I just use this. Go face. Next turn is probably going to be... yeah, they'll just leave. The Vipers definitely seem very powerful, so I think that may be a potential card that you might want to keep. Zergling you'll want to have in the opening hand all the time. You'll want to keep your worms more than likely, because the mana reduction is always going to be really strong. Okay, playing against a Warlock. I don't think I want to keep the Viper. This is possibly just to keep pretty much always, though. Possibly. I feel like I'll keep it, because if they're using a rush sort of deck as well, I can use it to clear. I can use it to clear their minions too. Okay, so just use a spawning pool. I'll just play down the Buccaneer just because it applies some sort of board control against them. And then I'm going to use the Dread Handler next turn. Yeah, I just want to test it, because it against a Swarm deck, it should be quite strong. Because you'll be able to AoE the board on that turn 7, and then you'll be able to take controller with the board using it. I'm not sure if it's the correct play or not, but I'm just testing. Do 1 damage to all enemies. That's fine. Okay, always the worm here. I'll use the spawning pool as well to get it active. They can't use this for another turn. So I'll just chill. If they get the spawning pool out, I can still play my Zerglings that are here as well, and I can use this to get extra value from the Buccaneer. I'm not too worried about them getting an 8/8 at the moment either. Table flip clears. But I still have a decent enough board to be able to trade if I need to. Okay, they're just getting some more minions. Always use the worm here. It gets extra value doing it like this. Extra draw too. And I was definitely, obviously, hoping for a Viper with that, but it's all good. I think that's fine, isn't it? To get a Warsong Grunt with a Viper. And I'll just chill. Next turn, I'll need to play down the Infestor. They're getting a 7/7, so they're getting the rush onto the board. It's 15 damage they're posing at the moment. The problem is I don't have a particularly easy way to clear it just yet. So I'm just going to have to play down these. Okay, so trade. Trade. He's got to 3/3s. Just, yeah, do a full trade. It wasn't a particularly great to do that. Like, you want to be getting more of your buffs using the Infestor, but I didn't really want to take the 15 damage either. I'm hoping that this ends up getting enough value for me for the rest of the game. Play down the Brood Queen. Play down the Zergling. Play down the Baron. And just chill. Next turn I play down the Karrigan. wWLs gives a rush. I don't think that matters too much though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not going to leave this alive. I think this still... Okay, so it's always this. That clears the 7/7. 7/3. And then I get 2 other dudes into my hand. Okay, so I'm hoping that I get some Zerglings with these. After friendly minion attacks, deal 1 damage to an enemy. Infestor. Reborn. So play this. And this. So this can always trade into that. I can get the Infestor out if I want to. Or I could just use this so I can get the hero power, so I will do that, and then I'm going to trade into here. I should have done it the opposite way, but I did want to make sure that I had a kill on it, otherwise it wouldn't have been very valuable for me. Okay, so they're going to just put everything into the portal, into the nether. They're getting themselves to 6/12. Okay. So, play this. Play this. Play that. Gets the death rattle onto all those minions. Play the Crouch down and then use the Ravage. Cleared one thing, which is fine. I am running out of... I don't have any Brood Queens left, which is a little bit scary. Those have Rush. I'm hoping that they don't trade properly into this, because if they take out these, they might end up getting bigger. Still got 14 damage on board. Okay, so they're just doing a trade. This is going to get the 6/6s probably. Oh, they're doing the taunt one. Play that down. I need to draw a card because I'm hoping to be able to get the Viper's okay. If I get the Viper, play this down. Play the Viper. Fortunately, it's just to a 1/1. So it means I'll be able to clear their board with these. They can summon 6/6s, but that doesn't really matter because this will clear it. They have lethal if they have the hero. Yeah, GG. So what? I don't really know what I could have done differently that game. Like I felt like I ran out of steam, and I think that was similar when I played the Mage deck against this one. Still not sure yet. The Grave Strength I haven't used at all yet, so that might end up being a card that gets cut. But with that being said, I was playing against another Swarm deck, so I didn't know... I didn't end up using it in that as well. Okay. Boss. Next turn's probably just Ghoul, then turn 3 is the Baron. Fortunately, this isn't a very strong start. Okay, so Ghoul, trade into the 1/1 that's here, because if they have Turbolus or something, they can get a buff onto it. Next turn's gonna be Chillforge Baron. Organ's almost fine. Lay down Chillforge Baron because they have just used their coins, so that means that they... Oh, use the Worm, obviously, that's the better of the two. Infest is decent. And Barrage is decent. I'm not going to use the Barrage until I have a Zerg on the board. Turn... I'm going to have to use this possibly turn 6 to make sure that it sticks. But then again, that's quite weak, leaving it like that. I've got a hero power, I'll take out this. Lay this down and get the barrages into my hand. I can use this to clear the board, because they'll probably end up... They're surely going to take this out. If they don't, it would be very silly of them. Okay, play this down first. Lay down the Viper. I got a Siege tank, which is okay. I end up I'm not able to clear it though, but it means that with the siege tank being there, they can't use it to deal extra damage to me, which is the way they won last time. They're probably just going to trade into the just do trading, and then that just goes face. There's no point to trade in that situation unless they actually they could use it to establish the board some more. So maybe that's the reason why they did that. Okay, Liftoff gets another 2-1. Okay. Dreadhound Handler's fine. I've got Grave Strength online, so I'll use the Chilled Forge Baron first to see what I draw into. That allows me to get Death Rattles online, which is good. I think it's possibly just playing to the Brood Queen and chilling this turn. Because I still don't have anything that I want to do. I've got Carrigan ready that I can use, but I still am a while away from doing anything particularly of use. Okay, so they traded, and then they're using a Ghost, so it clears one of my 1-drops. It's fine. I can't use Viper at the moment with this board that's here. So I'll just have to use the Carrigan. I think I just chill now. I'll just put it down to 3-1 because it doesn't really change anything with how they're gonna play. I get the 2 extra lavas in my hand, and I'm hoping that I can then use this Ravage to be able to get some buffs onto the get some Zergs onto the board. Okay, so if they use... They're dealing the 20, that's interesting. They're just doing a trade. And they're getting their Starship online, so they're just going the safe style. Zergling's what I really wanted this turn. Okay, so play Zergling. I think if a card that I'm already looking at cutting is one of the Grave Strengths. It hasn't seemed very useful just yet. Okay, hit there. Hit there, and then use this. They could get the AoE, which is a bit of an issue for it, but I do need to start posing some sort of threats towards them. This at least will be able to clear... Oh, hold on, I won't be able to clear. Because they can use it then to do the AoE and heal themselves from it. Fabulous. They'll do that AoE this turn. That means that this is the only thing that survives. The Starship steals 2, so that means it clears. I don't think I can do anything here. Because if I played it, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these at least one of the Grave Strengths. But it doesn't seem like there's really anything I can do in this. Because I don't have enough Zerglings available. Like, I could get the summoning pool, but without having the Infestor being able to get the buff, without the buff from the Infestor really applying at the moment, I'm not really able to deal with too much with these. I did play a little bit poorly into that Titan, though. That's something I could improve. Might change decks. We'll just quickly have a look to see if there's any sort of like warrior or something, because that's always fun to play. Maybe not. Could go a Turbolus Shaman again. SHAFFAR Hunter. I think I might go Turbolus. We'll go the Shaman list again, because I feel like I understand a bit better than what I did before. Because it seems like it curves the best. So like having a decent curve and also having a decent, the Shutter Block does do quite a lot. The Shutter Block plus Ghost is very powerful, being able to clear out three cards from your opponent's hand. Have they already got the hero skin, or is that? Do you have to buy that? Can you buy that? Yep, so I'll go for these. So turn 2 more than likely is going to be this.
What's up?
This gets me a mech. I could just use this to clear the board. I didn't know that you could buy the Jim Raynor. Okay, next turn's probably going to be Trusty Companion. It will allow me to get a Siege tank out. And I'll just trade. I'll try and keep the board, because if I keep control of the board here... Oh, I didn't get a Siege tank, I got a SCV. If I keep the board here, it means that they won't be able to use their backstage bouncer. Starport's fine. Oh, I'm not able to keep the board. Yeah, I'm just trying some other decks now. Like, it's okay, but I want to have a try something different. I'm gonna go Turbolus here and just hit into the 1/1. 0/1. It gives me the buff onto all my cards, but it also means that, like, if they do have a backstage bouncer, I can trade somewhat decently into it. Missile Pod clears that. They're getting another minion out. Okay, so I'm going to use the lift off here. It gets me some more of my dudes, and it also gets a minion onto the board. I can then use the SCV and just trade into here. It allows me to get my Starship activated a bit earlier, but it also means that I'm posing a bit more of a threatening board. Next turn I have the Missile Pod that I could use. I could also use Lock On as well to clear something using those two as a combo. The issue that I do have at the moment is they've had both starports online, so that means that they'll be able to get a bigger spaceship than me. Deals 1 to the board. Oh, it deals 2. Oh, because they had the buff. Okay, so play down this dude. You can trade into the 4-2. I can clear the board if I use this. I'll play down this missile pod because it allows me to have a bigger bigger threat towards them, and then I'm going to use the trusty companion. I'm hoping for the siege tank. Got SCV again. That's a bit of a problem, them having the shutter block, because now they can use Ghost on me. So I'm going to use Lock on here. It gets rid of the shutter block. I'll use the Cutlass Cutter as well. Okay, I'm going to launch the Starship. It clears the board. Then I'll play the next SCV to prepare for my next Starship. And just go face. They're going to be able to use their Jim Raynor next turn, which is a little bit of a problem since they do have the shutter block active. Just play down the Thunder, and then I'm going to use the lock onto the 5-drop, and then I'm just going to AoE and go phase. No point launching that Starship at the moment. The Shaman link doesn't work. Let me see if I can get it. I'll try it again. Just a moment. Okay, edit. Alright, there we go. Okay, so I've got a Ghost. I don't have a great way to deal with this. They've only got 3 cards in their hand though. So if I am able to clear this, basically I'll end up winning. So 1, and then 4. I think I've just got to go for the Murloc here, and just trade into one of the 8/8s. I'll trade into this one. Just because if they do have a Turbolus, it could be an issue for me. Taking 24 damage like that though, does not feel good. It's 29. They're doing a trade by the... Oh, they're just trading into that. They're doing a trade. So they would have had lethal that turn if I hadn't have done that particular order. So I don't have a way to clear that now because the Titan just healed it up. So I'll just launch this. I don't think it does anything doing that though.
Let's make it count.
Yeah. The shutter block was quite big, and then also having the siege tank meant that they were able to take control of the board. maybe the maybe the DK, the Death Knight might be better if you use it with the if you use it still in a Rainbow Death Knight sort of style. Because you can use Viper to take control of the minions. You can use Bannerling Barrage to be able to take you can use Bannerling Barrage to be able to take the sorry, Bannerling Barrage, whatever it is. You can use that to take the you can use that to deal AoE along with the Vipers. Zergling. This person's probably just playing an aggressive sort of style, so I'll just do Starport here, and I'm just going to trade into the Zergling. I don't have a way to take that out at the moment. I'll just activate the Starport and get it onto the minion. Just go face. There's not any point trading into that. Okay, so they've got a Roach. I think they drew an extra card because of the Roach as well. Yeah. So next turn I need to take out the... I need to take this out. Gets me a mech doing that. I'll activate my location as well. Already gotten a bunch of those Marines, so I'll just trade here. Use this. It means they can't activate the Brood Queen again for next turn. Just go face with this. Next turn I'm probably going to have to activate the Starship. It gets me a big board doing that. And Jim Raynor then should be able to be a wide enough board to be able to deal with all their rush and all their sort of stuff. If they activate Summoning Pool, I still will be able to build a wide board doing that. Okay, they got the Roach. Dealing 2 damage to everything. Is it just minions or is it enemy? It's enemy, so it could have cleared just then. This deals 2 damage to all the board. So I'll activate the Starship because it doesn't really matter to it anyway. And this deals 2 to everything. And then it's going to get me a bunch of Space Marines. I'm going to probably use the Siege Tank next turn. I could use the Ghost as well. I think it's still Siege Tank here. Is that lethal? Yeah. Okay, so next turn, I think, so SCV is probably a good minion to start with if you do have it in your Mulligan. Because you can obviously, it applies no matter what for later game and end of turns and things like that. The, The other cards you want to think of, like Shuttle Block against Warrior, might be quite useful because it means I can use Ghost to clear out some of their important stuff from their hand. So I think in this sort of hand here, if I keep SCV and Starport, I can just get rid of the cutter. But the cutters also would be relatively decent, possibly to get lift off or whatever. Yeah. Alright, so it's going to be turn 1, turn 2. Don't have a turn 3 play at the moment. Turn 3 play can just be this if I need to. Activate the Starship and then just go face. Raven's decent. Okay, so they're building a Starship as well. So I just play down the Warlock. Trade with the 1-1 and then just go face with the other 2. I can do a transform play next turn. So I think it'll be trade like that, go face with the rest. Trade with that. Backstage bouncer this. Then just go face. Fortunately I still don't have a... Okay. So this is going to be an issue in a future turn. I think I just go straight face here. I don't think this deck's going to run Brawl. Never mind. Doing a Brawl here doesn't really concern me too much, because I should still at least have a minion that comes out of it. I can then activate a Ghost. Activate the Ghost. It's fine, I guess. And play down the Missile Pod. So they have destroy an enemy minion and deal 5. They have a lot of deal 5 to enemy minion. Deal 5 to me. It's a little bit scary. Okay. Got a pop-up book. Launch the Starship. I think. Yeah, launch the Starship. Doesn't have Rush. Just go face, and then next turn I can use this. They shouldn't, I don't think they should have any sort of way to clear it. If they clear this, it's not a big issue anyway. I still got a bunch of stuff I can use here. That's not lethal anymore. That's not lethal either. I'll just play down the Murloc and just trade. Because I have to have some sort of way to be able to trade into these, and then I can use my tank if I need to be able to take them out. Otherwise I can use my I can use this to hopefully get something for me. Destroys a random minion. I got a defense crystal. So if it hits into... I think this might just end up being lethal. So this deals 6. That would build it back to the same thing. If it hits that, it's just lethal, so that's just guaranteed. Okay, what's next? I wonder when that hotfix is going to come out, because it does say that it's banned for a hotfix now, I saw. Okay, backstage bounce is always good to keep. Get rid of the cutler, and then I just go coin into starport, second starport, and get some board doing that. Has anyone else found it an interesting deck so far? I could always just hold it now. So if I go the Murloc here, they have to clear, or I can use the starport and then go into backstage bouncer. So getting both of these out is decent, but I'll see what they end up doing, because if they're able to clear this, then I will I won't worry about it. But if they aren't, I can get the backstage bouncer, which will be threatening towards them. So play the starport and then just activate it and see what ends up coming. 3 random effects I think is relatively decent. Like, that's probably one of the stronger ones. Fan of Knives does clear. It looks like they are just playing Cycle Rogue. I know they've got a Protoss cannon. Okay. Alpha Challenges found your channel. Love the contents thus far. Explaining your plays helps on both the deck and the decision making. I'm glad to hear it's been really helpful for you. Yeah, that's ultimately the goal of what I'm trying to do. To help players get better at the game and improve their own skills. Playing Starport obviously is the best play there. The thing I'm thinking about at the moment is if I want to use the pop-up book, because if they have Fan of Knives, it means that they'll be able to clear. And then I won't be able to get the backstage bouncer next turn. I think I will go for it, because they've already revealed that one card's the Protoss card. There's only 2 other cards that's in their hand. So I'll just leave it as that. Because if they do have a Fan of Knives, it is a little bit of a problem, but if not, it means I can get the bouncer online. Okay. So it's a 5-3 now, which does mean that I can't do it as nicely. I could use this to be able to get myself out of mech. I think that might be decent. Like, I use that. I can get out a missile pod, which will be good for that, and then I can just trade into it and go face here, because I can use next turn I can use the Thunderer to kill that anyway. I don't want to use the backstage bouncer onto one of these minions because it loses its value then, obviously, because it doesn't go into the Starship. Okay. So this turn, I think it's just always play down the Thunderer. This won't clear. I don't think it's a guaranteed clear. No, it's not. So I always just go here the safer play, which is just getting the Thunderer out, and then just using the 20 damage proc onto it. Because if they end up getting the big guy, I think it's really strong. I'm pretty sure it deals 8. Okay, quick pick. They trade into my 2-1. I don't really care about that. It's always Ghost here. It can just get rid of something of value for them. Getting rid of the prep's decent. I'll use the hero power. I don't have any overload cards, but I'm just going to use the AoE, because it's possible they may end up taking out my Thunderer next turn. Okay, so they've got their giant, and they've also got that. I don't have a guaranteed way to take it out at the moment. So I think I just launch the Starship and hope that if it has a rush, it does clear. It does have a rush and has Wind Fury as well. So hidden. Oh no, it doesn't have rush. I thought it had rush. Oh, well, that's fine. This could end up being a bit of a problem for me though. I'll put the trusty companion onto here just to make it a little bit bigger, just in case, and then I'm just gonna hero power and pass. They shouldn't have. I don't think they'll have a way to clear this. Because once they get the big guy out, I think it only deals 8 damage to the board. But if they use the kill, if they use it and then they kill that, that means I think I don't actually know what the big guy does. I should probably just say it. I don't know what he does. I don't. Okay. They got a breakdance. If they have 2 breakdances, just trading into that. Okay. I got Wind Fury, so I didn't really know what they were planning on doing. I'm gonna see what this rogue guy does, because I really do need to know what once you get the actual big dude out does. Okay, I'm playing against a Death Knight. Ghost is good against relatively decent. This is relatively decent too. Like, I want to keep it, but I feel like it might be a bit too slow. Yeah, I'll go with these and just see how it goes for it. Because I am looking for the starport relatively early. SCV is decent. Missile pod clears. Just take the board. Next turn I can do pop-up book and SCV if I want to. Or I can use... Okay, so they've got a bunch of the taunt dudes, so I'm always just trading here just to be safe. And hit the pop-up book into there, and then I'll do the SCV. Turn 3 is going to be Gorgonzormu, turn 4 is going to be Ghost. If they have the Infestor, I don't think I care too much. I'm just going to leave it, because if I end up proccing it, it means that those other dudes will get bigger as well, so I'm just going to leave it just for this turn. That could be a misplay if they end up having the spreading death rattle thing. So, but I'll just see if that's the correct play in that. Okay, it definitely wasn't the correct play, but that's fine. I can't use the ghost just at the moment. Just play down the cheese. I can use a lock-on now to just clear it. Oh no, I can't clear it like that. I don't want to take the risk of them having another Yordler. Because if they do, they'll just take control. Need to remember when we use the... We need to remember when we use the missile pod, this is a continuous buff that happens onto it. Okay, so they're drawing an extra card. Doesn't really concern me too much at the moment. Spreading the death rattle like that doesn't really concern me too much either. Problem is I don't have anything at the moment that I can play. Trade that. Go face with these. Using this would only reduce it down by 1. Reduce down the health of this by 1. Okay, use this. I need to get a decent spell. Pop-up book's okay. I don't really have anything at the moment. Like, I still haven't got anywhere close to my Starship, so without having any Starships at the moment does make it a bit challenging. Because I need to find my starports. Liftoff would be decent because I'd be able to draw, some of my dudes. Another Viper, that's gonna kill that. I haven't used a Starship this game. Yeah. Unlucky. Okay. Let's see if there's an... I think I found a Death Knight that might be relatively interesting. It's not this extreme swarm sort of style. It more leads into a rainbow style list. Because with the Vipers, they're always going to be relatively decent being able to summon out the minions of your opponent, and then you can use it with the barrages. It's like a somewhat mixture. I do question if Headless Horseman's still more powerful than this though. Okay, so export. I'll get the new Death Knight code into the description as well. Okay, rainbow, and then the deck code's there. Save. Alright, so we got a Swarming Pool, we got an Infestor, and we got a Runes. That can go. I'll keep the Infestor so I can get the buff for the Spawning Pool and things. So play down the Spawning Pool is always going to be correct. Hello, Lucily. Okay, so I'll just put the buff onto here, and then I'll just see how it ends up going with it. Okay, they've got another Swarming Pool as well, so they're probably using like an aggressive style. So it might be better. It might be decent just playing down my Zergling here. If I play down the Infestor though, it gets a lot more value, so I think I will do that. It might have actually been better just doing it that turn anyway. But I will be able to activate with Spawning Pool if I need to be able to clear. Okay, so they got another Spawning Pool. I don't think that really matters too much to me. And they're just grabbing out a barrel of monkeys. So I think I just play down the Infestor this turn. And I'm just gonna chill. I don't really need to do anything here. Next turn's probably gonna just be Hellier. But it just depends on what they end up playing with their Zerglings and things. Doing a fetch. So that Shaffar's still banned, so I don't really know what they'd be using fetch for. It's probably just an aggro sort of list, I'd say. Bird watching. Wait, what? It's always the worm here because you can get the extra buff. The Viper will be useful for me too because it can reveal to me what the opponent's playing. Just use this and trade in. And I'm just going to pass. Next turn's going to be Viper more than likely. Okay, so they're using their swarming pool. That's fine. Because then they will trade into these relatively decently, but I can use my swarming pool as well. Okay, and they're using a shimmer shot, so they take out this one. Okay. So there's still more than likely a Zergling in their hand. So if I use this, it goes into a 2/2, and I've still got rush at the moment. So trade this one first, and I'll use the Viper. This ends up getting traded away. This can trade into here. This can trade into whatever, it doesn't really matter. Just into that. This can trade in... what's this? It's just an elusive. This can trade into here. I'll use the Runes of Darkness just to see what I end up getting. It's probably the staff here. And then I'll just trade into the 3/2. Next turn I can just do the Kerrigan if they do go wide again. Okay, so they're forging and just getting the... So it might be an ice trap, so I don't want to use my airlock breach until I have a way to check for it. They're just getting a board. If they use the pull, they can do a trade and then they can go face, but I don't really think that is too relevant. I don't really want to trade into that just in case it's a bait and switch. So I'm just going to play down the Hellier, and I'll do a staff, and I'll just go face with it. If it's explosive trap, that's probably the only sequencing issue that I could have done with that. Frost Plague's decent. Because it is quite possible and more than likely that they did use a hidden meaning using it like that. They're forging again, so they're doing another one. So it's pretty much a certainty now that they will have a ice trap in there. So just use the mining casualties. It is the ice trap, obviously. And just trade this. It will be the bait, but it's freezing trap. Okay. They don't have a bait and switch then. So just use hero power, I guess. Trade into that. Use mining casualties and just go. No, Is one a rat trap? No, I haven't played StarCraft in a long time. Yeah, this expansion definitely makes you want to play it, doesn't it?
Your soul is mine.
I think I just take out the 3/2 just in case they have something that could be posing some sort of threat towards me. And they have hidden meeting, that's fine. That card's essentially useless for them. Okay. So they got 2 roaches on the board. I can use this to AoE. I think they're probably just going to concede once I play this down. That's always good as well, but I'll do this. It clears most of the board. Just use the Ravage. Because keeping the mining casualties obviously is a lot more important to me than not. Oh, did you purchase the StarCraft? I thought that StarCraft was free to play now. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't buy that much of these. I usually just go for low rarity. I play Pokemon too, and that's the way that I play as well for Pokemon. I don't go for the extreme for everything. I can use Infestors here if I want to. I don't think it really matters too much, so I'll just go for the Airlock Breach. Do this. Do this. I don't want to give them too many coins just in case. Use the hero power. And just go face.
Masterful. I concede.
Okay, GG. This seems relatively decent. Like, with all the aggro going around, it seems like it's going to be quite strong using this into it. Yeah, but I've also been a big fan for when playing card games and things like that. Low rarity obviously does the same sort of thing. I'd love to be all golden and things, but obviously it is a little bit challenging. You know, because once you get one thing nerfed, the reason why I don't do it for Hearthstone is because, so, Grim Patron was obviously a deck a very long time ago, and the day that I decided I'm going to create an all golden deck, the day after they nerfed Warsong Commander, and I just created all the gold cards for all the other part of the Grim Patron list. So, yeah, that wasn't extremely. I wasn't extremely happy about that. I was a little bit salty, I'll tell you. Okay, so this turn I just played down mining casualties and pass. Okay, they got a spark bot. This just equally trades. Next minion costs 1 less. Rainbow Seamstress is good. So just trade into that. Yeah, it was very very unfortunate. Let's take out this. I'll just get rid of all of the mechs just in case they have Magnetize or whatever. If they get Zilliax, that is something I'm a little bit scared of if they have it this turn. Oh, it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so they just got the boost, and they're just going face, that's fine. I can get out my spawning pools now to be able to get the barrage, or I can just play down More and Pour. I think it's More and Pour this turn because I don't think it's likely they're going to be able to take that out. Because More and Pour, as soon as you get one proc on it, ends up getting value for you. Warp Gate. Okay, so that's probably just trying to get their big dude out. Lay down the Swarming Pool. I'll get the Zergling out. And then I can get these online. And I'll use the hero power. So I can go face with the rest of the stuff. Gives me extra corpses as well. Okay, so they got the Protoss cannon. And the stealth. Okay, so they could potentially get out the big Templar next turn. Do I really care too much about it though? A little bit. I need to get my Infestor if I'm going to try and deal with that. Do I go for it? Let's just go for it, whatever. Still don't know what that Templar does, so I'm just gonna go for this. Maybe it'll show me what it does this turn. Deal 2 damage to all enemies, that's fine. And then they join together. At the end of each turn, deal 2 damage to all minions. And 8 damage to the hero. Oh. What's this? Play down the pool. Grab this. Oh, did you have to go to the support for that? Go face. I can just send out some rush dudes into it. And then they are posing 8 damage, but they need a divine shield or something to be able to survive. I don't think they can get the extra 8 damage online. They need a way to get the health increased. I have 21 packs. Should I start saving up for the next expansion? What's your set like? How many cards do you have in the set? Oh, come on. They had the taunt. Okay. So trade there. Go into this. Trade into these two. And use that. Oh, they got another one. GG. Okay, well, I now know that this card is quite strong if you actually have it out. I combed through my whole collection since I've been playing since 2017 and I'd accumulate a lot I had accumulated. Yeah, so your best bet would obviously just be saving the dust. You'll notice that I have like 70, or I think it's like 90 packs or something at the moment. They're standard packs, so I was planning on using them for the Great Dark Beyond expansion, but since the Tavern Brawl was active, I played that a lot and I ended up getting everything I wanted through the Tavern Brawl. So I've just got the standard packs for next year's expansions. Because obviously with the new expansion coming out, with the rotation coming in in 3 months, it's not really worthwhile using those.
The Lich King versus Valera.
I make my own.
All will serve me.
Yeah. So what I have so many packs because of the. They're going to be doing the same sort of deck. I have so many packs because of I was so you know the bronze deals and things like that you can get. I got some of those. Yeah, because with the bronze deals, you're able to use it to. It ends up being relatively decent in terms of the value of packs per versus the cost of the cards. Like it ends up being better value than obviously getting just the expansion. I'm from Australia, so I think it was like $10 for a 15 pack. Okay, so I've got 2 here, and I just get the single Zergling out and just chill. I can get Karrigan out in a turn as well. So it ends up being like I think it's cheaper than normal. Like if you just bought it before the pre-release price, but I think the pre-release price is a very similar cost to it. Okay, so they're using a blink, so they probably do have the dude in their hand now. I can use another one of these. I think I will, because it could get me the Zergling that I'm looking for. Infest is okay too. Just chill for another turn. They're not really doing anything, and neither am I. Means I have Rush. Yeah, that's true. Got the Ceaseless Expanse. I can activate the summoning pool to be able to get out my minions if I want. Means I can trade this and then I can get a buff onto my other dudes. Do I have any other one in my hand? No. I'll play down the Zergling here. I'll use the summoning pool, and then it is nice doing that sort of play, but I do want to make sure that I'm establishing control against them too. So if I go here, trade this, it gets the buff onto them, and then I can have a wider board against them too. Play that. And then if they want to use the AoE onto me, they end up taking 2 damage to it as well. That's all good. Okay, so they've got the Scoundrel. With the Blink minion, I think that means that they can trade. So if they trade into here, it means that it doesn't clear anything if they trade into that. Rainbow Seamstress is decent. Viper I could use to take control here. What's awkward? I was saying it was awkward for this play that's here. Because them playing it down means I can just take control. And I'll just use this. It gets me some more dudes onto my board, and I've got a decent board now going into whatever they end up doing. I can do another Viper to take out another one of their minions too. They've got 2, 3, 4s. I'm not really too scared of that because I can use the Baneling next turn to be able to AoE them, or I can just use my Kerrigan to AoE them as well. I think I will wait till I can use the hero power on the same turn though. So using Breakdance to get the Scoundrel back into their hand is decent. They get the 1/1 doesn't really mean anything though. They're using that to trade, that's decent. I'm going to use Runes of Darkness and see what I end up getting. I'll use this so I can freeze them, and then I'll play down the Zergling to establish some board against them as well. So they still probably have the big the Templars in their hand. Just clears one. It's not really too concerning for me. So I could next time I can probably just go Viper. I think I probably do just go Viper. I could do Hellier as well, because they're starting to run low on cards.
Now this is treasure.
This treasure ain't fit for a pirate.
It might actually end up being Hellier in this, because with how low their cards are running, they are going to more than likely start drawing into the Plagues. The other option here is using the Viper plus Infestor play. It's going to be Hellier, because then I can use the Rainbow Seamstress as well to establish some more control against them. This can go face. I want to get rid of that. Don't want them to have another one of the 1/1s on the board and just go face with this. It freezes them so they can't end up using their hero power very effectively. The problem is this is going to get Divine Shield, so it can end up trading.
How long can you hold to it? Now this is treasure.
Could use a trim.
Okay, so they've got 2 Templars. That means they get the big dude.
Now this is treasure.
Using another one.
This one's a tribute.
Here I come, ready or not.
Take a good look. You ain't never seen that.
Just take it out with Rustakar. I don't really care too much because I do still have the Ceaseless Expanse in my hand. I don't think they'll be able to get out a second copy like that. And I'm back up to 13 health, so I should be relatively safe. Wait, what? Where did they get that one from? Where did they get that second one from? I got no idea where they got that second one from then. So they played the High Templar. I'm just having a look at it at the moment because I'm not really sure.
Will serve me in death.
What caused it to be free like that? Was it because of the cover artist being a one cost? What is that rogue deck? It's a Protoss rogue, so it'd be Templar rogue, I'd say. I'm just gonna keep the barrage in the spawning pool here. Spawning pool's always gonna be quite strong. They're probably playing the swarm list. So I'll just play down my spawning pool and just pass. Yeah, I'd say that would be Templar rogue. It'd be called Templar rogue. I think it's just hero power and chill here. Okay, coin. Assimilating blight.
Your face will be cut short.
Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay, just take another turn. Okay, so I've got the Chillforge Baron, like I can clear this board if I want to. Give each of your minions a random battle effect. Like I could clear it, but I don't know if it's really worthwhile at the moment. How will they keep getting reborns? Oh, they used a second one of that card. So I think it's just going to be the worm here. Viper's decent. Play this down and then I'll use the barrage as well so I can get the dudes into my hand. And then just chill. Okay, so Chillforge Baron. Okay, so they've got a 2/5. My buff goes onto here. I get the board back. Play down this. It gets the rush back onto the cards. I need to get that cleared, but I need to clear all the other dudes too. So hit into that. Gets a bigger buff for me. Hit into that. Hit into that, hit into that. Because I don't want him to be able to do too much with that card. Okay, I'm assuming they have a Viper? No. Okay, so they're just giving random effects to their stuff. not anything at the moment that I'm really worried about. I could use my Carrigan here. I think I want to, because if I leave this board, it's possible they may end up summoning, or they may end up using Viper onto me or something. That would be a problem with these two that are here.
Here I come, ready or not.
Okay. They got Reborn. Oh, poisonous. Ugh. That's gross. Okay. Since I'm not running an aggro style list, I don't really care too much about the fact that... Well, dropping the Viper's a bit annoying. I'm not worrying too much about the fact that I just dropped, that I used the hero and they still have their hero quite easily. Okay. Let's play Hellier. After another friendly minion is reborn, summon a copy of it. Okay. $10 damage on board. Yeah, I can shortly.
What to choose?
So, this obviously needs to die. I can take control of one of these. Use this. Just go face. And I'll put mining casualties on the board to make it a little bit harder for them. So, what am I scared of right now? If they use the hero power, they can clear my board. The hero. Still get this out. Still have those. They don't have rush though. Yeah. GG. I don't know if there is much Demon Hunter at the moment. Like, so Demon Hunter's Zerg as well, yeah? Okay, playing against another Death Knight. Always keep the summoning pool. Get rid of Warlock Breach. I think I keep these other two as well. Yep, this is decent. So turn 1 is summoning pool, turn 2 is probably just hero power.
One dose solves any problem.
Okay. So I've got the Zergling now, so it means that you can activate the rush. So having this summoning pool ready and active is probably the best play that you can have. Best thing you can have for this. This will be active on turn 6 if I want it. I think I'm just going to go for the extra draw at the moment. Lap is okay. Means I can... they may end up just trading that, I'm not too sure. Yep, they're just trading, that's okay. Rainbow Seamstress is great because I can just do an easy trade like that. I'm holding this, I'm not using it until a turn that I need to use rush and things like that with my minions. The ETC isn't too much of a concern. Because I can clear it if I want to using these. It's not the turn yet to use the Viper. So maybe I just play down the Maw and Paw and just go face. Because if they won't be able to trade into this, and I'm going to assume that's probably a mind control tech. It could be Fistful of Corpses, but I feel like it's going to be a mind control tech. So they're trading into my 3-1, and then I think they're just going to go face. They're trading? That doesn't seem correct. Okay, use the runes first, so I can decide what my next play is going to be. So at the moment, this is more than likely going to be a Death Knight, like a Rainbow Death Knight list. So I think I'm going to be using I'll use the worm now just to see what I end up getting. Play down the summoning pool, and then I'm just going to use the staff, and I'll trade into this, and bring out one of my 1/1s. And then I'm just going to go face with the Maw and Paw. I don't want them to be able to kill my Maw and Paw just yet, because it's more than likely this is going to be turn into some sort of control-y matchup. And they're using their Bob. That's not the correct thing to use Bob on. Okay, so always coin here. I can play down the Infestor. I can play down the Zerglings as well. I can play down the Barrage, because this will help clear. Play that down, use the coin. Use the Viper. This will clear whatever they send out. It sends out a Tide Pool, unfortunately. It gets the buff. I think I do get the rush minions now. And then this can trade... This can trade into here. This can go here, or clear those. I'll keep the Viper for my board and then just go face with this. I will get rid of these minions just in case they end up doing something. If they clear this board, I have access to CNE. Next time I need to, I can also use this spawning pool too to be able to do whatever I want or whatever I need to. Okay, so this hits into that. I can then clear using my weapon. Let's just use the airlock bridge to establish some more board. And just chill, because once again I do think that's a mind control tech that's in their hand that they got. Okay, so they're using a Soul Eater, that does clear. I got another airlock breach. I'm going to use the Baron here, because I want to see what extra cards I can get. And the Hound Handler is decent too. Go face here, and then I'm just going to hit with my dude. Because at the moment, just sitting with the Soul Steal isn't too much of a concern for me. I'm hoping that I get my Hellier relatively soon as well. Okay, use the worm. I don't want to use that this turn. So I'm just going to use the airlock breach. I don't really mind them getting back that health. It gets my CNE buffed up a little bit more as well. The next turn I can go... I can get the infestors to be procced as well. I am definitely looking out for my Hellier. I really do need that. If I get Hellier, that's obviously going to be the play that I'll be doing. Okay, so they're just trading. Fine. Okay, so they're just going infinite, so now I need to actually just apply pressure to their board. So Hellier's not actually what I want now. Okay, this can just go into here. Get rid of off the board. They probably got the Ceaseless Expanse, so that's something that I need to think of. So I'll play the dude down. It does the AoE to the board. Play this. Drop the Infestor so I have a little bit more power if I need to. And then deal some damage to the dudes. This can trade into there, and this can go here. And chill. If they play the Ceaseless Expanse, I can just take control of it. I have a few different options of dealing with it too. I'm definitely hoping I don't overdraw the Viper or the Primus. That's really good for me. Play this down. Play these down. Use the Viper. It will clear this Yogg. No, it didn't clear the Yogg because it was just a single tide pool. Damn. Okay, I can go for a wider board, then I can deal more AoE damage to them. If they are to use the Ceaseless Expanse, it means that these are like obviously sticking. Like I could have gone wider then, but I do want to make sure that I'm not going too badly into a Ceaseless Expanse and then some sort of AoE play. Okay. So the dudes are still getting bigger, so I do need to make sure that I'm applying a decent amount of pressure each turn. I'm just going to hold this last one because it will be important for my barrage. So they've got 3 cards at the moment that have got the extra buffs on them. I haven't seen any just yet, which is the bit that's concerning me somewhat. Okay, there's the Ceaseless. It clears their board. Okay, so they're not going to get the wand, they'll be the crown. Oh no, it'll be the wand, because they can get out the stuff with that. They can get the 3 extra minions to establish a board onto me. Ceaseless plus CNE, I guess, because there's not real, like, they have to get minions. Let's do the CNE. This should be applying enough pressure that they just lose, because unless they have a way to clear this, I should be able to just take control. Because they have to get something that can AoE clear. If they don't, I can just use the Primus to clear whatever minion. I have Rustica to clear whatever minion. Like, I've got a lot of outs in my hand that can take them out. It's fine. Okay. So, this goes into here. This goes into here. These just go face. GG. This deck seems quite decent. Like, I feel like the Zerg with just like trying to get the big buffs and the big board is a bit weak unless you get the combos off for it. This one feels like it's got some staying power to it because you obviously do have the rest of the rainbow package to go with it. I think it's the Warrior, so that'll be the Starship one. I just want to make sure that I'm applying pressure against them. I'm obviously going to keep the Maladar. Okay, it's just pass here. Turn 2 is playing down mining casualties. Turn 3 is going to be Rainbow Seamstress more than likely. Yep, so turn 3 is going to be Rainbow Seamstress. I'm going to trade into the 1-2 with it. The 1-1's going into the 2-1. And then this is going face. It's just more important chill here, because there's not really anything that's being threatened. I will trade into this so that my Rainbow Seamstress can survive an extra turn. This isn't really doing anything at the moment, it's not really concerning me. I do want to get the spawning pool online relatively soon though. Okay, so that got the clear. I don't really mind too much by that, so I'll use the Runes of Darkness here. I could just go for going ham into them, or I can play the grindy game. I feel like it might be playing this and then just going ham. Play these. Just go face. Okay, so they may end up launching the Starship now, so it's, what is it? It's a fairly decent size. Proc the weapon and hit face. He's gonna have to chill with that. That's a 9/7 though, which is getting a little bit concerning. And it does also get a bunch of armor. It gets 13 armor, so I don't think that that was the correct play getting this. I should have definitely got the plagues. Okay, C&E. Play down the Zergling. Get the other two dudes. Use this to trade into the 2/1. This can go face. See, the problem that I'm gonna face is if they keep getting a bigger and bigger Starship, they could, it could just be an instant win condition for them. So it is something that's a little bit concerning for me. I got an Infestor and I got a Viper. That's good. So play down the Infestor. Play down the Viper. See what I end up hitting into. Ceaseless Expanse. That's fine, I guess. It gets the buff once. I'm gonna have to activate my rush now. Get into here. Clear those. And then just go face. So I've got rid of the Ceaseless, which is good for me. The issue that I could come up against is if they have the Hellier. Is if I don't get the Hellier, and they get the hydration station buffs and things like that onto it. I think I just play down this. Trade into there. I'll get the minion online as well. So this is starting to get more buff, like that's also a thing that I'm thinking about. They still do have a procced card in their hand at the moment. And I'll just get these guys online. Okay, so they got the Sanitize, they're using New Heights. Are they going to proc this yet? No. So I go face here. I don't know what's correct, like I could use this, but it's the 14/7s is a little concerning. Like if they have a brawl, they end up clearing it. I think I'll go for it. What's the worst that can happen? It is a bit risky, like if they have a brawl, they obviously just clear. Starship.
Let's make it count.
Okay, so they're getting a second one of that.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Here I come, ready or not.
Okay, so play this down. What's the correct way? This doesn't have reborn, this does. So it would probably be hit, hit, hit? And take the face damage. And go face. Yep. So they don't have another way of activating their Starship, so I should be relatively in the clear here. Hydration. Oh, that gets another big Starship. Ceaseless Expanse can clear, so I'm not too worried. I got rid of my Brasticar. Okay, play down the Zerglings. This is gonna have to go into here. This can trade into there. This can trade into there. This goes to here. And go face. I will draw another card. Viper's decent. Let's do the Viper. It might be something that comes out of their hand. No? They didn't have any minions. Okay, I should be relatively safe then if they don't have any minions, because if they brawl, they'll have to... These will end up surviving. Okay, they got 8 mana. They use their Ceaseless Expanse. Okay. Alright, so... I can't take any more damage, like it's too scary for me to, so just do that. Lay this down. Play this. Do I have another Zergling that I want to play first? Play this. Use this. Use those. Go face some more. And deal some more damage. I don't think they're going to have a way to deal the 19 damage, but... The thing that's a little bit scary is if they are able to develop a board down onto me. Okay, so they're drawing more cards. They're trying to get the hydration station. They got a brawl. So that's going to clear my board, but do I really care? Like, they'll get the battleship. I can just Ceaseless if I need to on it. Okay, so they're destroying that. Okay, so we'll be using the Viper this turn, so play this. Play this. Get this. Use these. This will summon something out. What is it? Ziliax. I can clear it if I want using the AoE. I don't really want to use my Ceaseless Expanse until the turn they end up proccing, so I don't have enough for the hero power though. It's a bit of an issue. Don't really want to leave this much damage on board against me. Play that down. Oh, I'll get rid of it. It's too risky. I think that was a misplay. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel correct. Yeah, that was definitely a misplay. So they'll have another hydration station still. Battle Cruise is fine, I don't really care about that. Poisonous. They're getting the weapon. The misplay was playing down the other, was not counting my mana because I needed to use the Ravage to take out the Ziliax and clear their board a little bit. I was too scared of taking a lot of damage through it without doing that. Okay. Get into that. Use this to take that out. Still got a board to be able to deal with against the Ziliax that's going to be coming out.
Getting low on cards.
Okay. So they're using a Brawl to get rid of these dudes. That's fine. Because I can use the weapon. Just a 2-2 and a New Heights. Lay this down. Hit into it. Use the Airlock Breach and just go face with stuff. So they're down to that. They're down to just the. If they don't have Fizzle, then will probably be using the Primus to take out the Starship. Please don't take my Helya. It is a 1 in 3 though. Okay, so play this down. Use the... Take the 15 health. This is probably going to be the best for me. Hit into Ziliax. That can trade into there, that can trade into that. I'll just take the Ziliax out. I don't want to risk it. It's not worth it. I should have used the hero power first. Okay. So hit with that. Use the Seamstress. And trade into here. Then I can use this to hit into those. Get me the taunts.
Symbol of death.
It's probably Rustica here. And I'll grab a new weapon potentially. Grab this one. Because then they won't be able to use any of their minions as well. They'll be looking at summoning. Okay, so they hit into that. They get a new minion out onto the board. But I'll be able to freeze them once they... Like, that's not really too much of a concern for me anyway. So it's always just going to be... Play this down. Hit into face. It freezes them so they aren't able to do anything now. And I'll just go face, yeah. Because it, like, the checkmate there was they were trying to use the big buff to be able to get a board, but they weren't going to be able to do it since I was able to get the freeze onto their face. But the misplay definitely was the Ceaseless Expanse. I should have kept that till I should have been holding that. That shouldn't have been played that turn. Okay, playing against a priest. I don't think I've played against a priest so far in the mini set. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of the CNE. Priest is... What does Priest use? Is it PROTOSS or is it is it PROTOSS or is it Terran? I think I keep these two. I know it's a bit greedy, but the Helly is always a good play, and this is somewhat decent against the other dudes. The problem is at the moment I don't have anything to play until turn 3. But that should be fine, like I am playing against a priest. Oh, they're just playing the Zarimi priest. That's boring. But what is a benefit is I can use Viper to take out their Zarimi. Okay. Just play Chillforge Baron here. I'll just trade into this. There's no point. I don't really want to just leave it alive. Okay, it's definitely not Zarimi Priest. Use the worm here. Spawning pool's good. Lay it down. Use it. Coin. It's got lifesteal, so I'll just trade into it just so he's not just healing back up anyway. So this would use the mothership, so they'll probably try and establish value using mothership. I've got 6 corpses as well, so that should be relatively good going into the Airlock Breach turn. Okay. 3 delicious cheese dudes. Just play down Helya, I think. Play down another pool, and I'll just use the pool to get more minions into my hand. I think I just chill now. Okay, so they've got another Century, so that means that their mothership will be able to come online. Just going face. trading with that. That's the one thing that I wouldn't trade. Okay, so I can use Airlock Breach if I want to. I can do a full trade by getting these Vipers getting used. It just doesn't really feel correct doing that. So if I go here, go with the Barrage to get the stuff into my hand, get this out, so it means that they have Rush, play down a Baneling, and then I'll use a Viper, just to see what I end up getting from that. He got a Grifter, so that's pretty decent for me. And I deal a 1 damage AoE to everything. Then, what's the best way to trade into this? This goes here. This goes there. That goes there. This goes here. Just trade that, I guess. Oh, there was no winning that one. And I'll just take this out. They're just going face, that's interesting. Okay. After you play the left or right minion card in your hand, deal 1 damage to an enemy. That's fine. I can access the Carrigan this turn if I want to. Got Pit Boss, I don't really want to use that just at the moment. I might need to actually just use Airlock Breach. Because Airlock Breach means that I'll be able to just take a turn to reconsider what's going on here. They're going to be able to access the Mothership soon, if they do have it in their hand. The problem is I still don't have access to one of my Infestors. The Infestors would be quite useful at the moment. Okay, they're using that. Maybe Hot Coals? Yep. Then another one. Okay. So that didn't really get me anywhere that turn. No, I haven't done any changes to this deck yet. This and this. So I go that, then play this down, hit into the hit into the 3/7. It clears the board of those. Then I play the queen down. Trade that. Trade that. Go with this. Trade into that. So I possibly might get the 4/4. And pass. Okay, so next turn I do have access to a lot of different Zerglings. I do have my Viper as well. Still holding out for the Infestor play. Because the Infestor's what will really set off this, or get this buff really quite strong for me. I've got the Seamstress to help me stabilize for next turn as well. Okay, so they're dealing 12 damage with that. Not sure if they're just going to trade or not. Okay, that's a trade. I don't really want to use the Viper at the moment, just because I don't have enough to really clear. So this can get played down. I can use some Zerglings, I can get them out of my hand. Play down another set of Zerglings. I'll send the damage here, and then I'll see what ends up proccing from this. It clears that one, so I can just put this down and then just go face with this. So I get the buff with I get the extra lava, which will be really good for these other dudes that are in my hand. The Viper, I'm still just waiting on because I feel like they'll probably have a mothership. Ceaseless Expanse is fine. I can just use this. Get a charge. Don't really care. Chill and Volge. I do care about that. Oh, that's lethal.
You're good enough to invent.
You fight boldly.
No, I haven't made any changes to this. But we may change deck. We'll see if there's anything new that's come out from other players. So there's still the Turbulus. It doesn't look like there's been too much change. There has been a little bit of a change to a Mage deck by the looks of it, so maybe we won't have a go of that now. PROTOSS Priest. I don't know if there's any Warlock stuff really, or Demon Hunters, because it feels like the other types of them are better. I don't know how you'd build a Warlock list. Maybe an aggressive sort of style, maybe something like this. Oops, I need to get rid of some stuff. Maybe something like this. I'll put it into the chat now. Into the description now. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see how this goes. Oops, why didn't that copy? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. It's just I'm just trying out new decks. Like the meta before the mini set is still very viable, but it's just about trying new decks. Your next death threat. So my plan here is I want to be able to get the Cavern. The Cavern can do an AoE. I'll just trade away the Siege Giant, I don't need that. Zergling's a good keep. Maybe I just keep this? Okay, so turn 1 Zergling, turn 2 Peon, turn 3 Worm. Okay, so Starships. Lay down the peon this turn. Hit into that, go face. Next turn's gonna be Worm. It probably was better just keeping that giant then. Yep, it's always Worm here. Go face with this stuff. And turn. I can get the... Next turn I'll be able to get the Cavern online if I need to. They've got another new height, so they're going up to 7 mana, which is a bit scary. So play this down. Play this down to be able to establish stuff. Just go face. This will get me hopefully this can get me something decent. I don't know if it spawns Vipers. I don't know if it spawns other classes minions. I think it's just the Warlock version of them. Okay, so they're clearing my board. That's fine. I can get Horizon's Edge online now. So it's always Horizon's Edge here. I can do the pool. Actually, that looks like it is a different class. I can do the Crawler if I want to. Okay. Play down Spawning Pool. And I'll grab the Crawler and just chill. Okay, so they're using Liftoff, that's fine. This turn I can... Oh, that's useless for me. I can just use this again. This clears. This can go face. And I'll just play down another peon. Just end. Look at all these locations. This should just be called Location Warlock. What is this? Oh. It would have definitely been good keeping that seaside giant now. Okay, use this. Trade. Use this. Use this. Play this down. I want to get some more damage onto from my dudes. Hero power. And chill. I've got too many locations. This gets me an 8/8 at least. Get Divine Shield. Viper's good. Okay, so it's always going to be Spawning Pool. I can use the Horizon's Edge. I can use this Horizon's Edge. I can use this. It gets me the dude out. I can use that. Horizon's Edge again. Horizon's Edge. Play down this. Play down this. Play down this. Okay. And just chill. So I've got a bunch of reborns which should be decent, but if they end up having the hydration station is a bit scary for me. Next spaceship is free. The next starship is 2 less. Oh. Is that poisonous? Damn it. poisonous as well. Go Yog! Save me. They both have Wind Fury, so... Yeah, good game. Yeah, I'm not really sure about Warlock. I feel like it's a bit too weak. Like you could maybe just use Wheel Warlock, like that would be okay, I'd say. But I don't know if any of the new cards would be fine to use. Because that just didn't really feel very strong. You could use Weapon Rogue if you really wanted to. That'd be easy. So I will just drop this Warlock. Okay. I feel like the Death Knight is decent. Do want to try a bit more of that Mage. Like I want to see how the Mage goes. I also want to have a try of the Protoss Rogue, so I might give it a shot. I think that I've got the list. I think will be able to find the list. So I was playing Death Knight against that, wasn't I? So let me just see if I can find the list. Because on HS Replay you can usually find those matches quite easily. So it's this one here, and then I'm looking for the match against the Rogue. Okay, just give me a moment, everyone. I'm just searching. Okay, so it's looking for this, checking the Rogue. It was this one here. Okay. Okay, I'll put it into the description as well. Okay, and save. Okay, done. Yep, so I got that into the description now. Feel free to use it. We'll have a try of it to see how it ends up going. Okay, so playing against a Shaman. The mulligan for this, you want to have a Scoundrel. The Space Rock Collector's decent to keep as well. I don't think you want to keep Dark Collector. Sorry, the Dark Templar. So I think it's just those. Yeah, it'll be those. Okay, so turn 1. I could grab out that if I wanted to. Cover Artist is fine. So turn 1. I can coin into this if I wanted to. Yeah, I will just coin into it. Okay, Dark Templar. That's a turn 3 play. I can use this to make sure the trade happens into these. It definitely would be a lot better if I had a chrono boost. Or a quick pick or something like that. Dubious purchase is okay here. Quick pick trading into here. The 2-1 can go face. There's no point trading into the 1-3. Especially when this is going to be dealing the 2 damage AoE to them. Okay, I got another Scoundrel, so it definitely wasn't correct. It definitely wasn't correct doing the other way. They're gonna get another proc of this. They could get a Starship, but I don't think they're gonna just use that at the moment. Really? That's unfortunate. Okay, I can play this down, and I can use it, so I can have it just prepped for the next turns. This can trade into here, and this can go into there. That was a little bit disappointing, having the hit onto the worst possible card for it. And then I'm also going to be taking 7 damage. They get another Starship piece, which is a little bit worrying as well. I'm probably going to have to just use this. So play this down, get rid of the 7 damage. So next turn I can go, if I want to, I can go Scoundrel into Dubious. I think that's probably going to have to be my play. I don't really have anything else I can do. So just play Scoundrel, use Dubious. Like, I could have gone with the other Scoundrel, but I feel like doing that sets me up for failure. Hit into that. Reduce the cost to the next one. So that at the moment I think they've got lethal. I think they've got it because they go 2-5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's lethal with that launch of the Starship. The extra BM, I guess. Okay. I think the card that you want to be, it just seemed wrong keeping the pirate, so I think you don't keep that. That won't be the correct keep. Like it was way too slow. I think you need to keep your, like, if you prep and you have the 4-cost spell, that would be strong. That gets you the charge minion because you need to establish some board against them, against others. You could. You could also go with something like a photon cannon too. Quick pick would obviously be a good keep. So I'll trade these away, I don't need these. Next turn's quick pick. Turn 2's quick pick. Warp gate's decent. So I think the way that you want to do it is you want to go, you want to obviously you want to mulligan similar for how you mulligan in the, how you used to do it with Cycle Rogue. So you mulligan for dig for treasure. You mulligan for... It'd be chrono boost prep. So play quick pick down here, hit into the 0-1. This should be relatively decent for me. So once you get this down, it goes down to 4, which means you can activate those the 2 Templars. So that's how it combos with the... that's how it combos with the other dudes. I got another Dark Templar. Play down the quick pick and just pass. Next turn I'm probably just gonna have to use the chrono boost. If I got to prep that turn, it would have been so strong. 3 mana, 2 costs. Sonya's decent. It's just not the correct card just yet. So play down the chrono boost, it gets me 2 dudes. Hit that. Just pass. I was just deciding whether to use my weapon or not. Hard to find info on day 1. Was Shaft deleted specifically because of the 1 mana Zerg that... Yeah, it was. So, it was, you could get an insane board and just an insane... It was crazy. They've got so much damage on this board already. This just doesn't really help too much. So I think it's just Warp Gate here. Hit that. Draw a card, see what I get. Dig for treasure's fine. Get a pirate. Use this. Use this. Hit there. How much damage do they have at the moment? 6, 9, 11, 14. Okay. That delicious cheese was very powerful for them because they also got the buffs from the battle cries with the Turbolus. Okay, trusty companion. Is that still lethal? Not yet. It's very close to lethal though. I don't think there's any card that I can get here that saves me. No. No cards here. Okay, let's have another try. I am interested still in that list that we were playing against that had the Ziliax. That was very interesting, that Ziliax deck. That with the all those buffs and things. Oh. I'll see if I can find it. No, it's not showing a list. Okay, so playing as Death Knight, Chrono Boost is always a keep. Space Rock Collect is decent here as well. So I go dig for treasure turn 1, I think. Or would it be establishing the board? Let's dig for treasure now. I can use Blink next turn. So I can go this into this next turn.
One dose solves any problem.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection. Job done.
Fine. So with the pirate, I could get the big dude out. Just trading. That's all right. This turn, I just play down the quick pick. Go face first. See what I end up getting. I got a prep, which is good. So next turn, I can use prep into Chrono Boost if I need to. This can also just clear if I want. Okay, so is the prep really worthwhile at the moment? I'll just swing first and see what I end up drawing into. I got another Templar. So I'm going to use the Chrono Boost. I'll just get it out. Doesn't really matter too much which one to trade into. I think I'll go this one because they're getting forced into trading that. I will just actually just trade into it just in case they have some sort of buff that they're looking for. I got a 2/2s. They're getting another Infestor. Oh, they got the spread as well. Interesting. So hit that. Hit that. And then I just chill. Next turn I can go for the second Dark Templar onto them. If it is a decent thing. Okay. Do they have a way to clear that? Yeah, they do. They could just trade, can't they? What? Okay, take out that. Do I want to get this back in my hand? Probably. Yeah, I'll get it back in my hand. And then just chill. Okay, so they clear that. 2 6/9s, that's a bit scary. Warp Gate. Lay this down. And I think I'm just gonna have to go face. The problem is, like, I'm not really sitting with enough damage. And I'm still too far away from getting my sandboxes. another Viper. They will clear it this time. I think that's probably just a loss because like I can get the quick pick, but I don't know if I have enough. Like I have one more High Templar in my deck. Just trading. You don't use that first. Okay, so they've got 21 damage on board. Just go face. I don't think that I have anything here. Grab another Protoss minion. This becomes a... I think I can survive this turn. To trade with this. Trade into that. It's still not great though, like it's in such an awkward amount of health. Like yeah, so the cover artist, I'm still, like I'm too far away I think for anything, because I'd need a dubious purchase this next turn to be able to really have any sort of chance. But they do have an extremely, you know, they've got a lot of buffs through the Zerg with the infestation. Oh, sorry, the infestor. Okay. This list seems decent. Using the Horn of Winter seems like it might be a way to go about it. I'll have a quick squiz of what it was. This might be the best way to play the Death Knight, like this seems alright. They did get the Death Growl onto me. So your idea is you use the Harbinger of Winter to get your Horn of Winter out, so then you can apply more threats easily. It seems decent. Let's give it a go. Okay, so let's use the Zergs. I'm just going to change the deck list that I have for Swarm, just to this one. Because it seems like it'll be a bit better because of the fact that you can use the Horn of Winter to be able to establish your board a lot easier. Okay, I don't think it's the card to keep though, I think it's more so a card that you draw with the Harbinger. Okay, so Nidus Worm is good. Handler's okay. I've got 2 Nidus Worms coming out. So it should mean that I can get a relatively decent board going on that turn 3. The problem is I've got to try and get to that turn 3. Okay, Coin, Buccaneer. So they use the coin for it, so I'm just going to trade it in and hope that, like, because if they summon their own 2/1 here, I can trade into they can't trade fully into this, which means they'll get the 1/1s and the 1/1s, but I can then trade it to this if I need to, so it means that I don't have to worry too much about them having the extra guy, and I'm going to have to do it just because it's too scary, them getting the Reborn and the on the Infestor dude. Like, I don't really care about these 1/1s, but it's more so the Infestor dude. They got a Brood Queen, they're just playing it down for tempo. I'm just gonna use the Worm, because it should be able to get me back to the board position. Infestor's good. And Viper's good. Okay, so they got an Infestor down. They obviously don't have Death Growl, judging by that. If I get a Zergling, it would be perfect this turn. If I go this into this, I can spread the Death Rattle back onto the 2. Okay, play this down, play this down. I got the other Buccaneer, but the problem is that I didn't end up proccing my Death Rattle. Spread this onto here, and then I can spread this back onto here. Okay, so they've got a bunch of Infestors out as well. That's a problem, that it didn't clear that. Like, in that situation, I probably should have just sent out the Howl into there. I just wasn't expecting to have the second Infestor. So they're trading that. This becomes a 4-2, that's a 3-6. I still don't have access to any of my other dudes. Surely they're not trading that. Oh. Okay, so they've still got the 4-3 here. I need to trade into there. Zergling's okay. I need to get rid of this, possibly. This needs to go. Use this. I'm trying to get into, the Viper's actually really good here. Is it? It can clear some more stuff for me. Play this down. Or I can just hold it for an extra turn. Like, I could get the extra buff with the Infestor, or I could hold it for an extra turn. I think that's probably going to be the play, like, because if I... How much damage are they posing at the moment? 11? So I don't think they can get lethal this turn. I'll just play my Brood Queen down and chill. Because I think they're going to just do some trading here. Doesn't really feel... That's not correct. Okay, so they've got another Brood Queen, and they got the Hydralit. Oh. That's a lot of damage. That's very scary. It's lethal if I'm pretty sure they have lethal if I use this. I can't use the Viper onto them, because they still have minions there. Can't use it just yet anyway. Take out that. Play down this. Play down this and play down the Viper. No. GG. Yeah, the misplay in that game was getting the Harbinger there. It seems like with this deck, if you lose the board, you just lose. Not having any swarming pools as well was quite weak. Okay, so we've got another Death Knight here.
Holy fester.
All will serve me in death.
Okay. I got the Buccaneer, I've got a Barrage. I think I just keep this. Deathgrowl's fine. I'll just use the spawning pool, and then I'll just wait till next turn. It means that it's active and ready to go for future turns. So let's just play down the Zergling here and then use the Barrage. Gets me the minions into my hand.
Eyes on the horizon.
Okay, so they got their Buccaneer online. It doesn't feel right letting that live, because if it lives, they more than likely will have the Infestor.
My rule is eternal.
So I'm just gonna have to activate it. I can go Buccaneer here, my own Buccaneer. Play this. This trades once, and then it trades a second time. Okay, yeah, they were doing the Infestor play. Just trade into this because I don't want them to have the death growl onto me. And then I'll just get these dudes into my hand as well. Something that I am facing at the moment is I don't really have any draw. I haven't drawn into anything that I need just yet. They're taking out my Buccaneer, that's fine. They got a Brood Queen. I'm gonna have to play down my own Brood Queen this turn more than likely. And I'm just gonna go face. Hoping the lava gets something into something decent. Okay, they got a Zergling with their lava. An Infestor, and then they got the Death Growl. That's not good, so... I'm in a bit of trouble. But that's really good for me. Okay, so play this down. Use... I should have used this first. It was a mistake. Play this. Use this onto here. It gets the death rattle onto here, and then I can use the buff to increase it from these. So this 2/2 can trade into this. This will become a 2/2 over here, so that can trade into there. This is a 3/3 now. So this can trade into here. This can trade into here. I get the extra lava doing it that way. There was definitely a misplay, like I should have had this so I had the extra buff for the Infestor, but it should be okay for me. Doing the Dreadstale Hunter was quite good too. Okay, they've got a 4/4. And they'll trade into my lava here, I'd say.
Take a good look. You ain't never seen a light again.
Okay.
The Lich King mocks our suffering.
So I think it might just be all going face this turn. Yeah, I think it's just all going face this turn. and I'll play down my own ones of these, because then I can then it will trade into those, so they'll both blow up. I get some more lavas as well, which is what I'm looking for too. This will trade into there, that's going to trade into here, this will clear. Then I clear them back. I'm hoping that I get my one, otherwise I'm in for a very difficult situation. Play this. I guess just play all of them down. This will get buffed. I know, more than likely. They've got 12 damage posed on board at the moment.
The runes beside your foot.
They summon the 2/3/3s.
Symbol of death.
If I get the hero here, it just clears this. Play this down. Spawning pool doesn't really do it for me. Play this one down. Doesn't get me anywhere either. Okay, do the spawning pool, do this. Problem is I'm still taking 12 damage like that, so I'll use the hero power here. Trade, trade. Trade, trade. Yeah, it's not great. So, I don't think they can get lethal at the moment. Because this will end up clearing those dudes. What spells could they have? If they have a spell, they kill. Oh. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Alright. I think I might call it there. I'm starting to get a little bit tired, and you can clearly tell I've started to drop off the attention so much. I'd like to thank everyone for coming along. I should have another video out. I'll probably have another video out today. Unfortunately, I was planning on doing the SHAFFAR Hunter as my deck, but I obviously can't do that now, so I'll have to have a quick look through my footage to see what I'm going to put through as the deck that I'll do a spotlight for today. And then I'll be back again tomorrow around the same time. So if you are enjoying the content, obviously continue to... I've enjoyed your support. Please like and subscribe, and bye for now.